the whole point of this is an accord. So we are going to take what I personally, or what you, the viewers, deem as something that could be considered controversial. So, like today, we are going to be discussing the practicality of anarcho capitalism. Because I myself, I am all for government. I want it tiny, but I want one there. And as we've discussed, ANCAP is an anarcho capitalist. He's all about, everything needs to be on the individual, everything needs to be done on the individual level. Government has
Mhm.
no purpose. And we're going to
Correct.
discuss that today. In the future, what I'm looking forward to is having discussions like this that revolve around things like Intel versus AMD, AMD versus Nvidia, the consoles versus PC, water cooling versus air cooling, Republicans versus Democrats. Take anything. It doesn't matter if it's political, social, or technological. If there's two sides of the coin, that's what I want to come here to discuss. That way we can go over both sides of an argument, do it in a nice, easy, discussionary form, and have a good day with it.
Right.
And I just realized I need to move it. There we go, ANCAP. Your little box like migrated up for some reason.
Weird.
So, with that out of the way, what I would like to do is, ANCAP, I am going to start this off with, if you wouldn't mind, your own words as you understand it and as you feel it and as you believe in it, could you define anarcho capitalism?
Anarcho-capitalism basically is libertarian anarchist, and basically taking that further is the absence of government, the black side, and then and then and then and then the libertarian side of it is the free market, as in the market self regulates. The market provides is the basic concept. Like uh, individual liberty combined with individual responsibility, um, and and it means the, t- um, it it also means that you are basically free to do whatever you want, so long as you do not violate somebody else's right to do the same.
And also just to make a point of it, because of discussions you and I have had in the past and things we've discussed, everything in anarcho capitalism is based on the individual.
Yes.
Everything in its entirety, or if you were to simplify it to its most simplest of terms, and almost to the point of oversimplification, it boils down to individuals making every decision that impacts them day to day.
Yes.
All right. And I know one of the other things that you did bring up was that a lot of it is part of, libertarian,
Hmm.
liberty and freedom being a very, very essential part to that. So,
Correct.
as one of the things that will come up probably continuously and repetitively throughout this conversation, is in anarcho capitalism, the entire society revolves around the non aggression principle, correct?
Correct.
Like that is the central focus. The non-aggression principle is essentially the quote unquote governing body of the entire system. So instead of
Yes.
having a government, you have the NAP.
Correct. And it basically means the non-aggression, the non-aggression principle, aka the NAP. It basically means that no force can be used on that no yeah no involuntary force can be used on on another person. The Going a little bit deeper than that, the core word, the core word around that is no, what's the term for drunk? Yeah, where two parties agree on something. I'm my brain's drawing a blank, but the two parties must agree on consent. Yeah, there we go. And everything revolves around the word consent.
Okay. So, right now we have the definition of anarcho-capitalism is basically the anarcho part is anarchy, which is using the literal definition, which is the without rulers, meaning everything is the onus is on the individual. There is no central governing body.
Correct.
Capitalism, meaning that the structure is supported through free market enterprise.
Correct. And kind of adding to that, the kind of adding to the capitalism part of it is the end user has the power, it has to say in whether a business thrives or fails. As in, they vote with their wallet. That they're saying, okay, you know what, this business is good. I'll keep spending my money there. Or no, this business is bad, and I'm going to tell all my friends to stop going there, and the business potentially dies.
So essentially, what we end up getting into at that point is that in the end of it, back behind everything else, the only way for a company to be bailed out is if its customers bail them out. Correct?
There would not be any bailouts per se because nobody likes bailout. So like, if a company fails, it fails. It's because of their own stupidity.
Okay, well, let's just say in that. Let's say, I just for instance, because this is something that I want to make sure is understood before we start getting into the whole practicality discussion.
Sorry. Okay.
Let's say that I, Miniature Viking, am now Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
I created Twitch. I'm running the Twitch business.
Yes.
Now, in taking that into account, somebody comes up and creates another streaming service.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say they call it Witch. So you've got Twitch and Witch.
Okay.
I'm not going to use any other streaming services on this stream because we're on Twitch. So I'm going to call them out.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
I start running it into a situation where I want to be making more money. So I'm, letting people, pay me to put product advertisements and all of this. And despite people really liking the ease of use of my platform, over on Witch, none of that exists. So it's much more end user friendly. So where it's not as good for the streamer, but it's better for the viewer. So there's a lot more viewer support over on Witch.
Okay.
So Witch starts to take over. But instead of me, the owner of Twitch, instead of it just failing because more viewership has gone over there, so now I'm not making as much money, there was nothing flawed in the system per se. If I were to say, hey, look, we're going to be going under because this is what this other company is doing, if people decided to donate money to the company or agree to increased fees, that's what I mean by a customer bailout. The customer agrees to higher fees or they just donate money to the company, something like that. It's something where that end user customer who wants that company to survive, they work with the company to ensure that the company survives. Instead of like what we have now, where, oh, Twitch is losing a bunch of money, but it's owned by Amazon. So the government can't have Amazon fail. So the government gives Twitch $1 billion to survive.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So that's what I intended on my statement.
Okay.
So it really is the business customer relationship really depends on what the customer wants to see out of it.
All right.
Is that accurate?
That does make more sense. So, my apologies for misunderstanding.
Now it's my apologies for not explaining it thoroughly enough.
Fair enough.
But again, this is why this is the Viking Accords. We are here to discuss. If there's confusion, we break it down, and hopefully we can end up on the same sheet of music, per se. And there's an understanding of what each of us means.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, now I want to start getting into some defining of terms so that things make a little more sense as the discussion moves forward.
Excuse, welcome in, sir.
Hey, XQD. All right, let's. I can turn that musicalness up just a little bit. Everything is based on individual rights, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Now this is something you and I have discussed in the past, but I want to kind of rehash it here as part of the Viking Accords so that we can bring the audience in on the discussions you and I have had.
For sure. For sure.
Under anarcho-capitalism or your personal beliefs, as an anarcho-capitalist, what is the definition of a right? How do you define a right?
Okay, a right is something that you are. It's something that you are born with. You have a right to live. You have a right to you have a right to move around. You have a right to this might sound cliche, but you have a right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That's very cliche, but that's essentially what it is. But the actual rights themselves, you have a right to life, and the rights do not come from a piece of paper. They are essentially what you are. Essentially, what you are born with. Okay, I was thinking about how you phrased what your definition of a right is a while back, and I started thinking about that. Like, that's very similar to the libertarian viewpoint. Not to be confused with the Libertarian Party, but the actual libertarian viewpoint.
Yes, just so that everybody out there is aware, when we use the term libertarian, we are using that as somebody who wholeheartedly believes in the purity of liberty. This is not the Libertarian Party, which like the Libertarian Party still believes in a government. They still believe in a central governing party in order to protect said liberties. We're not talking about anything party related right now. So anytime we use libertarian, it is, just like ANCAP said, the small L libertarian, where it's just somebody who believes in the absolution of liberty. Not the abolishment, the absolution, where it is, think of liberty in its purest form.
Correct.
Accurate, ANCAP?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just so that the audience is aware, the way I personally define a right, and this is because of my personal beliefs on how I grew up, my particular faith, everybody only has a single right. You only have the right to attempt to survive, because that's all you're born with. From the moment you exit your mother's womb, only thing that nature granted you, the only thing that the cosmos granted you in that moment is survival instinct. Which means that's the only thing that I personally believe you have a right to. So that's how I defined a right. That's what ANCAP was talking about, what he had been thinking about because of a previous discussion that he and I had.
And that makes perfect sense. Because that adding to what you said, because what I mean by property rights is that we own ourselves. That's it. I mean, and of course, various objects that we buy, but like personal rights, we own ourselves.
Yep. And as you've explained to me, any property that you, I believe the term you used is morally acquired,
Mm-hmm.
is therefore an extension of yourself. Correct. Which is how the property rights propagates to something that is not an actual physical part of your body.
Correct.
It is, anything you have morally acquired is still viewed as an extension of your physical self.
Correct, because like person A is selling something, person B person B buys it, both parties consent, voila.
Moral acquisition.
Correct.
All right. So, now that we got some general definitions out of the way, we understand what your belief of a right is, what my belief of a right is, what anarcho-capitalism is, at least in your words. Let's start getting into some of the things that I've been bringing up lately that actually resulted in the idea of creating the Viking Accords.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that's kind of been boggling my mind for a long period of time now is the practicality of the system. Because even though there's not a central governing body, it's still a system.
True.
Kind of like you have a computer system. It's a whole bunch of independent components working together to do something. Anarcho-capitalism is still a system of society. Are you okay with that terminology? Making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, I could see that, because in a I'm going to throw another definition in there quickly. Voluntarism. Because the reason why I'm throwing that in there is because people can voluntarily come together. Like, people have similar mindsets. They can voluntarily come together and say, "Hey, look, we all believe similarly. We should all live together, or live in a small neighborhood." Cool. That they can very much do that.
Formation of community. And that's actually one of the topics that I'm going to bring up here in a moment. But so actually, no, I take that back. That's actually my next bullet point that I had, because we already defined a right and agreed that anarcho-capitalism is really based on that individual rights level. So, existence of communities within anarcho-capitalism. That community would voluntarily agree on the set of rules that they're interacting with, correct?
Exactly. It'd be similar to a contract, but like, hey, you know what? Even though we all believe similarly, we all agree to abide by these rules. Cool.
All right. So, here's one of the questions I want to bring up on communities. Understanding that nothing within the anarcho-capitalist society, and I'm going to say society or system, it'll depend on the situation. Just if I say something that you don't agree with the way I'm saying it, just let me know, and I can see if I can't resolve the way I'm saying it.
Fair enough.
But would it not be possible that just the sheer existence of communities ends up violating somebody else's rights? Because would it not
No.
violate their right to travel because now they're being restricted on their travel?
No. That would not restrict travel in that you don't you're not forced to go through if you're going to work, for example, you're not forced to go through that particular community to go to work. There are other ways. There are other ways. There are other ways around.
Okay. Well, one of the things I would like to bring up on that is, excuse me, there are many parts of our country and just geographically around the world where the available space to travel is restricted. Let's say, like where I live in the Rockies. If I want to get to the west side of the Rockies, I have to go through that mountain pass, which means I have to go through those communities. There is no other way for me to get through. I've got 14,000 foot peaks with no roads, and that's the only roadway where I can get through without risking my life. Now, sure, I could physically climb the 14,000 foot mountain, but at 14,000 feet, there's thin air, low oxygen, if I'm exerting myself, etc., etc. So, This is where I bring up that scenario where I live in my community here, but my work is on the other side of the mountains, or I have family on the other side of the mountains, or there's hunting, or, a store or something on the other side of the mountain. There's a purpose for me to travel through.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily know the rules of that community I have to travel through in order to get there. Does that, based on whatever their rules are, would that not violate my personal right to travel? Because now, let's just say, if they have a rule that if you're not a part of the community, because this is a system where there is no such thing as a public area. Everything is privatized to include roads, infrastructure, everything is privatized. So I would have to go on their private roads to get through the mountain pass.
In that example, what they could say, it would be a total dick move for them to them to say, hey, you know what? Even though this is a thoroughfare and people need to get through, we're going to shut it off. That'd be a total dick move. But it unfortunately would be their right to, because it would be that community to it would be that community paying for the upkeep of that section of road for
Exactly.
So it would be their right. It would be their right to say, hey, you know what? We only want our citizens traveling on this road. But that particular if that particular community relied a lot on outside traffic, i.e., like shipments and such, that would be a total dumb thing for them to do. So it would behoove them to allow thoroughfare as normal.
And again, like what you're bringing up is ideally it would be smart of them, but I'm pretty sure you and I can totally agree, regardless of what systems and society we believe in, assholes exist.
Oh yeah, true. There will always be assholes.
So there's always going to be an individual or a group that's going to make the dick move.
Unfortunately, you're right.
So that's why I bring up with this episode 1 being the practicality. Because now, this isn't something against you. This is actually something I've been learning a lot in the last couple months since you introduced me to a couple places to start looking into more information. Is a lot of what I'm seeing is it's based on, and there's a lot of belief in, the most idealistic situation where every individual is going to work with every other individual and dicks will not exist. The assholes will not exist. Because as soon as you start throwing the assholes in the mix and you start getting those really selfish pricks involved in the system, there's a lot of individual rights of everybody else that ends up, to me, seems like it's being restricted and impacted and therefore not allowed. Because like I said, if I need to go through that very restrictive passageway in order to get from A to B, let's just say that community is the assholes. They decided to move up to the mountains, realized it sucked, but that's where they own property. And they don't want to give up that property ownership. Now they're just going to be assholes. Now they're violating my personal right to travel. But that's also where, like, even if I live in a community, and we're all humans, we're all going to live around other people.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just say that, let's say that when I was a kid, I was born into a community.
Yeah.
That community decided that I was an asshole because I was quiet and I didn't talk to anybody. And I just went from A to B and didn't interact, and they contributed what I needed for my own individual survival. Because that's what I did as a kid.
Okay, makes sense.
They decide that they don't want to allow me going through their property to get to school. Now my ability as a child has been restricted because they don't like me. And now my right to travel and my right to an education. So I need an education for that pursuit of happiness, life, liberty. You know, in order to know what liberty truly is, in order to know what happiness is, in order to learn the tools I need in order to go about that pursuit, I would need to travel to school. So now I'm born into a situation where I didn't agree to it. I didn't agree to the rules. But now I'm being violated over because they decided I didn't like it.
All right. Perhaps get in your example. If you there could be various contractual agreements that say, hey, you know what? Since this is a major thoroughfare, we should just we need to let people through so that we're not basically bringing the country to a standstill. You know, even in a ANCAP system, you know, in the trucks are not going to get, or shipments are not going to get from one place to another if they're constantly coming across roadblocks.
Yeah.
So various point to point type contracts would have to be made.
Yeah, but even in that case, but would you, as an individual, and this is something that I am specifically pointing at you, with the requirement of all of those contracts being needed in order for you to create a shipping company, would you even bother creating a shipping company? Would you even bother with the idea of a transport company?
Man, yeah, I could monetize it, sure. I could say, you know what, the various freighter, the various shipping companies would have to pay me so much per vehicle to pass through.
Well, no, I'm not saying you make a contract with that transport company. I'm saying, would you even bother creating the transport company? Because those contracts are going to be, you're going to have to pay all of these people in order to use their private property. Or you're going to have to come to some other agreement in order to use their private thoroughfares.
Okay, I see your point.
So would you, as an individual, even be willing to attempt a business of that sort?
It would have to be done. I mean, somebody would have to do it. So yeah, I'd say, hey, you know what? Let's just get the shit done.
Okay. So that's actually going to bring me into my next point.
Okay.
And this is, you'll understand what I mean, or why I put this point right after the existence of communities. The idea of public access. So everything that I've learned from you, what I've learned from, other streamers, other communities, other forums, basically the public doesn't exist. Nothing is public. Everything is private. So, what is the... How do I want to phrase this? Why is there no allowance for public access?
I guess the definition of public, it would be different, because in modern terms, like public means public doesn't mean open, like open area. A public means funded through stolen money. That's what public means. So I think that's where they're getting at, is that there's no public anything because it's not funded through stolen money. But like various parks and stuff, like various community parks, for example, they would no longer be funded through stolen money. They would be privately funded. They'd be like, hey, you know what? I'm taking care of this. I'm taking care of the park. I'm paying for the upkeep of the lawn and all that. But since it's for the good of the community, y'all can have your kids play there if you want.
Okay. And you actually bring up a term that I'll just get into now because you brought it up.
Okay.
This is something that I hear a lot in either the ultra-libertarian or the anarcho-capitalist communities that I have been able to view and try and learn from. The idea of stolen means, and that the government exists solely because it's stealing from you.
Yes.
I would argue they're not. And here's why I'm going to try and flesh out my argument real quick, ANCAP, because I know this is something that for you, as well as many members of the community that I've discovered, trying to say that taxation is not theft is very controversial, to say the least.
Yeah, it is. But I would like to hear how you flesh that out without stealing people's money.
Yes, and here's where I'm going to flesh it out. When you apply for a job, because you don't ever pay taxes until you start working. If you don't work, you don't pay taxes. So you voluntarily sought employment. And when you sought employment, you voluntarily signed a W-4 form, which tells the government how much of your income you're willing to pay in taxes.
You didn't voluntarily, though, because that's the government forcing private businesses, saying, hey, sign this form so we can steal their money. So there's nothing voluntarily about that.
You still signed a contract voluntarily. You voluntarily signed your name on it, as well as elected what your taxation was going to be. That's the whole purpose of a W-4, is it determines your taxation, and you signed it voluntarily. There was no gun against your head. There was nobody moving your hand to sign the signature for you. You went, well, I want the job, so okay, you can have some of my money, and signed the form. Did you not?
It's still, I'm gonna disagree with you on that, because it's still the government it's the government injecting themselves into the private sector and saying, look, we're going to steal a portion of that person's money, so you must make them sign this. In in a free market system, person A hires person B for X amount. Done. No stolen money. Just okay, big. Hey, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna hire you for X amount. Cool. I'll work for X amount. Shake hands. Good to go.
Well, I will tell you right now, this is a personal experience. Uh, what's the term? I forget the term off the top of my head right now. Man, I'm really starting to get old. But
I know the feeling.
I have worked multiple jobs in my lifetime where I did not sign a W-4 and I was not taxed on the money I brought in.
That would be a good thing.
Specifically because my employer volunteered to pay all of my income tax for me. So when it came to income tax time, I got an additional form from my employer that informed them that, hey, you don't have to take any of my personal money because it was taken care of by the company I work for. Now, part of that was because I was an apprentice. It was through an apprenticeship. It was still a job where I was earning money. So the particular company that was helping me with my particular apprenticeship, no taxes. They took care of it for me.
Not no taxes, because as you just said, the business that you were working for paid those, but that's still the government forcing themselves into that private business, stealing a portion of the money.
Well, they volunteered to pay it. They agreed to pay it.
There's nothing voluntarily about that, because they cannot opt out of paying those taxes.
Okay.
That's why it's not voluntarily.
Okay, then I will say this, and we will revert back to communities and the idea of public access. That community in the past that I need to travel through to get from A to B, right? They set up a rule that I have to pay them $100, or anybody who travels through has to pay them $100 to use the road. That's stealing my money. Because they are not letting me travel unless I pay them. They are restricting my travel unless I pay them.
That's a straw man, because you went from talking about taxes to the community that they were talking about earlier. No, two different subjects.
Well, no. Because what do those taxes pay for? They ensure that nobody privatizes the road. They ensure everybody gets to use that road. They ensure everybody gets to use that sewage system. Everybody gets to use those power lines. Everybody gets to use that city park, county park, state park. That's what that money goes to. They ensure a centralized nationwide transportation, infrastructure, and defense force. So your money that goes to the government in those taxes pays for your ability to have access to those other things. So while you were born into the system and you personally didn't sign up for the contract, much like in the earlier example where I was born into a neighborhood that decided I was an asshole and wanted to restrict my travel and not let me go through their private property to get to school because they thought I was an asshole. I didn't agree to it. I didn't sign up for that. But it's restricted nonetheless. Same thing with the mountain pass. I didn't agree that a payment should be required in order for me to get from point A to point B, especially if it's on a road. I have a right to travel. I have a right to get from point A to point B. Mm-hmm. Therefore, if they look at me and go, no, you don't touch it unless you give us money, that's extortion, which is theft and a violation.
So are toll roads extortion? It's the same concept. Yeah, in your example.
Well, you also have to look at where we put toll roads. I'm not disagreeing that a toll road could be considered extortion. But toll roads are an alternative means through multiple already established avenues of travel. So where we have toll roads only exist where there's many other roads.
That is true.
So we have a toll road that you can pay us for and get there faster. That's what a toll road is. You give us some money, you get to point B faster. It doesn't prevent you from getting to point B. It just expedites your ability to get to point B. Where I bring up the mountain pass community, that completely prevents me from getting to B. That's my only avenue to get to B. And now they're saying, oh, screw you. So now they're actually violating my right to travel. Would they not be?
I mean, since it's just an example, there's more than one way to travel. I mean, you could rent a helicopter to get over. Again, examples. There's other ways of traveling.
Oh, okay. So I can purchase another way to travel, but they're still violating my right to physically get from A to B. Because if I don't have the money to rent that $20,000 helicopter, because everything's going to cost some money, right? Everything has a fee associated with it, right? So if they're charging for me to use the helicopter, they're violating my ability to travel because they're putting a roadblock between me and traveling. Yes, XQ, it's a very expensive for transportation. But these are just examples. Like I said, these are the Viking Accords. This is where we're bringing up the controversial part of it. We're discussing through it. We're trying to find that equal ground of understanding. We may not agree at the end of it, but we will at least understand one another. And that's the whole purpose of the Accords, is understanding, not necessarily agreement.
Fair enough, yes.
So, again, in my example, and this is really one of the things that honestly gets to me the most about the practicality of the system, is everything is based on everybody being the nicest person in the universe. Because if one person or a community decides that, you know, like me, I'm a huge asshole. Inside of anarcho-capitalism, nobody would be going through my property because it's mine, and 9 times out of 10, I'm probably not even going to be leaving my property. I'm going to find a way to communicate with somebody to bring me the shit I can't get myself.
Nice. You'd be the freaking sergeant major, like, you'd be like a sergeant major. Get off my fucking lawn. with the firearm in hand. Get off my lawn.
I'm that old guy with a double barrel shotgun saying, "Dang you kids, get the hell off my property." That would be me. But in taking that, that also means that, I live in what's an area that's still considered rural. Yes, we've got 400,000 people here, but it's still classified as rural.
Okay.
It takes me a quarter mile and I hit open prairie that goes on for 300 miles. So I'm a quarter off the prairie, or a quarter mile off the prairie. But it would be very cheap for me to go purchase a huge chunk of that land and just say nobody can travel through. This is mine. To hell with all of you.
Yeah.
No, you can't build anything. No, you can't travel through. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that.
That image that I just put in chat, it goes along with what we're talking about in terms of private property, because it's the two people that were waving guns at these kids.
Yes,
because
the McCloskeys.
These quote unquote protesters violated their property, but this was a gated community, mind you. They violated that property by going through the gated community and waving the dumb shit. So these guys are basically they're waving their guns like, "Hey, get the fuck off my lawn."
Now, something that we need to take into account with this. Go ahead, continue.
Aside from complete lack of trigger knowledge, they were well within their right to do that.
Yes. But there is something about this example that I would like to discuss with you now that you bring it up. because it does actually reference into what we're discussing. What they did, I agree with in our system or the anarcho-capitalist system.
Yes.
Because in both ways, it is their individual private property, but none of that property included a thoroughfare.
Okay, true. Yeah.
It was literally their house, their yard,
So, yeah.
their driveway. Something that was very easily determined and established to be property they had no business being on for any reason.
Correct.
So, but this is where I struggle, is like in our current system,
Mm-hmm.
you have to consider the function of what we're dealing with. So the function of our government is to maintain public areas. So they've got to get funding for it. So like your county taxes, they pay for the neighborhood, like all of the roadways, all of the parks, all of the infrastructure, the schools, everything that helps that community function.
Supposed to, but doesn't always. But I see your point.
And just like I know throughout this entire discussion today, there's going to be a lot of, well, that's what it's supposed to do, but it doesn't always. And what I'm going to say to that, and this is what I'm going to say to that, so that I'm using that argument too. In anarcho-capitalism, everybody is supposed to allow and not interfere with everybody else's individual rights.
I see your point too.
But they're going to interfere with them.
Okay.
There's a way it's supposed to work, and then a way it probably will work. Just like with our governments, I'm not saying our governments are good. I'm saying the ideal behind them that initially got them running. Much like right now, anarcho-capitalism is an ideal that's trying to get momentum to create an actual self-governed society.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, self-governing being being the key term there, not a centralized.
Yes. So, in essence, I want to boil a few things down that we've discussed.
Okay.
A, taxation is theft because I didn't agree to it. Well, all of your forebears that lived in the United States did. So you were born into the system that you didn't sign the contract into. It's not like you came from another country into the United States and you agreed to all of the rules of the United States because you wanted to come in. You were just born into it. Right?
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying that because I was born into it, I agreed to the social construct by default. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That's what it sounds like.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. You're born into it and you kept working through it, and you, in essence, have volunteered to continue functioning in it. Much like if I was born in an anarcho-capitalist society and everybody else around me said, nah, fuck you, you can't come from our property to get to school, you need to be homeschooled now. Well, now they're violating my rights, but I didn't agree to it. I didn't agree that I need to sign a contract between me and the 52 neighbors in order to get from me to school. Because you're also at that point, in the anarcho-capitalist system or society, what is the age of consent? At what point do you start making your own individual contracts and agreements?
Very good question. Personally, I would say at the age of 18.
So until the age of 18, I have no rights because everybody can violate them because I don't get to make contracts and agreements. So I have no rights until I'm age 18.
You are. I don't like using the term like people are property because they're not, but a child is a property of their parent.
Yes, but even as a child, you're You're still born as an individual.
Yeah.
Hey, Ghost, welcome to the show. So, that child was just born into the system as an individual. And now, if you're saying the age of consent is 18, that child is not allowed to make any agreements until they're 18. Which means they have to abide by whatever contracts their forebearers signed. And they have to agree to it, no choice. Would that be an accurate assessment?
I'm gonna say yes and no, because I got to thinking about like various kids who are way out in the boondocks who live on farms and such. The various kids who live on farms can get a license at the age of 14 because they're driving tractors and such. So, in cases like that, the age of consent for doing contracts, I would say would be similar.
Well, here's the other thing I'm finding with, the ideal of anarcho-capitalism. And I apologize if my using that phrase is offensive. It's the best way for me to understand it right now, because right now it's in an idealistic state. It's not in a fleshed out, hashed out, societally functioning state yet.
Well, yeah, because various ANCAPs argue back and forth about how things should look like.
Yes.
So that's understandable.
Yeah. So you brought up that point as well. I mean, even within the community itself, it's still hotly debated. So in taking that into account, now even in the ideal of anarcho-capitalism, there's not even within your own mind, there's not a globally acceptable age of consent, because your argument was to take their environment into account. Because we take the environment into account now. And it's in a lot of those really rural or farmland areas, they don't actually get their license at 14. They still get it at 16. But they don't get arrested if they're between the ages of 12 and 16 and they're driving on certain roads.
I misunderstood. My apologies.
Yeah, any roads that go through or are adjacent to the farms or the ranches or any of that stuff, because they would normally be driving solely on the private property. At which point, the police and the law can't tell them they're not allowed to drive. They're doing it on their private property.
True.
But in order to get from one chunk of private property to another chunk of private property, they have to go either across or down a public roadway.
Yeah.
So in those areas, they do have local laws that, hey, so long as they're over 12, we don't care. Just make sure it's close to the property.
Yes.
If you're close to the property and it looks like you're going from one part of the property to the other, we don't care. Now, if you're going to the other side of town, that's a problem. Don't do that. But if you're going from one part of your property to the other, we don't care.
I agree.
So we have rules like that now. And one of the reasons for like that rule existing is that roadway is public.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where, in my view, I don't see any real practicality in anarcho-capitalism as a large-scale society or system. I think in a very small scale, like if you took a single state that all agreed on it, that might work. In a single city, maybe. Nationwide, I don't see how that could function.
Well, let's go back to your idea of toll roads, for example. Okay, you could have a community that says, okay, you know what? Since we have a huge flow of traffic coming through our roadways, it's a pain in the butt for us to keep shelling out money of our own to fix these roads. We'll have toll roads that charge maybe $1 a car, for example. That could be a thing. Using a toll road, using a toll road for your mountain pass community, that they could use that to pay for to help keep the roads going and all that.
Yes, and then that's where I still counter with the argument of, would that not violate all of those
No,
individuals' right to travel?
no,
Because if you're
a
taking
toll
the
road
only
would
way
not violate
through,
it because you're not forcing something. You're not stopping somebody from going through that particular direction. You're just simply saying, hey, this is our community, and if you want to go through, pay the toll. Cool. It's not
okay,
a violation.
so you're not violating your right, you're just extorting them.
It's not extortion either
You can't use this road
because you're
unless.
not threatening them. I mean, because like the actual definition of extortion is. Let me bring up the actual definition. The actual definition of it. Again, it's in, so that we're on the same. Okay, extortion, the practice of obtaining something, usually money, through force or threats. You're not forcing. You're not forcing somebody to pay to go through to go through your mountain community, and you're not threatening them either. So it's not extortion.
Well, so here's the thing. The extortion part is they are using force. They are physically blocking you from using that road, which is a use of force. Physical blockade is a use of force to prevent you from traveling on said thoroughfare unless you pay them.
But they're not preventing you because they're just simply saying, hey, if you want to use our roads, help us out.
Here's how I can actually. I think I can explain it better. What is one of the rules if somebody, quote unquote, violates somebody else's personal property? What is an authorized form of retaliation to that?
Personally, I would do again because I'm an army veteran. I'd use the escalation of force rule. The shout, show, shout, show, shove, shoot.
Exactly. Escalation of force. First step of force, the first show of force is to shout.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like,
So
hey,
that,
you leave.
Yep.
That's it. That's the shout.
But it's also a show of force. It's an exertion of force because it's the early stages. That's why it's an escalation of force. You start at the lowest level of force and go to the maximum level of force.
Okay.
But in an anarcho-capitalist society, everybody knows that if you violate somebody's private property, you are aware that it is societally accepted for them to just fucking kill you.
True as well, yes.
So, in essence, that group saying, or that community saying, you pay us or you don't travel. That is extortion. Because if you decide to just say, fuck it, I need to get to B and drive through, you're getting shot. So there is a threat of violence and death to you if you don't pay.
You would be violating. You would be violating. You would be breaking their laws because you are saying, hey, you know what? I'm not going to pay. You are violating. Yeah, you're violating their laws, and yeah, you would be open to getting shot.
But again, that's where I'm bringing in this whole side of the argument. Them restricting my ability to travel is a violation of my, quote, right to travel. I have a right to get from A to B. I have a right to go wherever I want.
A toll road, though, is not restricting. It's simply saying, hey, we need help paying. We need help with our roads, and since you use our roads, you might as well help pay. It's not. They're not permanently blocking you from using that road. They're simply saying, hey, help us out.
Then what's the difference between that and a county tax that pays for the upkeep of those roads for the thousands upon thousands of people that use it? It's just a central body that's doing the collection instead of a small community.
You can't opt out of a tax.
Well, sure. For a year and a half, I traveled all of the roads in the state I'm in, and I never paid a single state tax. I didn't pay anybody to use any of the roads for the state I'm in for a year and a half. Until I...
There aren't many toll roads in your state anyway. I mean, there's a few here and there that I've seen when I was around Carson, but
the toll roads are all in Denver because it's a metropolis.
Okay.
Those exist in every single metropolis. There's always a bypass that's either a toll or they increase local taxes like sales tax or whatever taxes they happen to have in those communities to pay for it because it needs to be paid for in some way. Now, 99% of the times when those roads are built, they're voted on and the local communities agreed to the amount of the tax that it would be in order to build it. Because I know every time that we, here where I'm at, anytime they bring up the discussion of fixing Interstate 25, we have a vote on, do we agree to increase the tax so that we can pay for it and get it done, or no? And it's always lost. Because it's an interstate. The federal government is supposed to pay for the interstate. That's the whole point of the interstate highway system. That's supposed to be federal road, not local government road. Because the interstate was originally built so that the military could get coast to coast in no time flat.
Oh, no shit. Wow.
That's the original, the original purpose of the entire interstate system was for military travel. It was to expedite military from getting, 3,000 mile wide nation. How are you going to make sure the military can get to anywhere where we get attacked? We'll build the interstate system. But what I see is in this whole argument, you've basically said that, the way that our government works now is it's theft and extortion, and it's wrong, but it's totally okay under anarcho-capitalism for a community to extort everybody who's not a part of their community.
But it's not extortion because, again, there's no threat. There's no force.
Yes, you pay us to use the road. If you don't pay us to use the road and you use the road, we shoot you because you violated our private property.
If you force your way through that, if you're forced your way through that toll, you would be damaging that private property.
Well, either way, it doesn't. Okay, so here's the thing. On its basis alone, it is still extortion. It is the practice of obtaining money through force or threats. You pay us money or you don't travel. That right there, that sentence is extortion. Either you give us money or you don't do what you want to do. It's still extortion. I'm going to put a physical barrier in your way from doing what you want to do that you have a right to do because you have a right to travel. And I'm going to keep this barrier here until you give me money. That's extortion.
I still beg to differ though, because you're not.
Because here, you have told me in the past that taxes are extortion. How are they extortion? How are they extortion?
We are okay. The reason why they are extortion because we are under the threat of being thrown. I'm going to divide it up into income tax versus property tax. For the income tax, we are under the threat of being thrown in a cage for failing to pay. That's extortion. Property tax. If you fail to pay property tax, first the government comes in and puts a lien on your home, regardless if you own the deed or not. Government don't give a shit. If you continue to not pay, then the government will come and say, hey, we are evicting you from your property. Again, regardless if you own the deed or not, they don't give a shit. They will evict you from your property. That is extortion.
Okay, then.
So property owners are not actual owners. They are still renting from the government.
Okay, then I will adjust my scenario as such. My parents agreed and signed contracts with their neighbors to pay for the shared usage of a road through their community.
Okay.
At the age of 18, implied consent, or just whatever age I become, implied consent, I'm not paying for that road. Let's say my parents die. Actually, we will actually use that. My parents die and I take over their estate. I take over their property. I have no individual agreement with anybody else in the neighborhood to use said roads. Now, I don't have any of those agreements, so those people go through the part of the road that's on my private property. Legally, I would be able to take extreme force because they violated my property. It is my property and I have no contracts with them. They have no right to use that roadway at that point in time. But they're still using it. Now the community gets together because I keep yelling at them and making them pay me. It's like, okay, if you want to keep using my road, you're going to pay me. They don't like it because they had an agreement with my parents, and they want the agreement they had with my parents because it had been there for years. And they don't like the new rule. One or both parties will start in some way to extort the other. I start by extorting them by saying, you don't use this unless you pay me under the threat of you're violating my private property and I will kill you.
Or so that there's no bloodshed. Using your example, you can say, hey, you know what? Let us renegotiate a new contract.
Well, here's the thing. You're taking the idealistic approach. Remember, I'm the hermit type. So my parents died and I got their property, but I'm still a fucking hermit. I don't want people touching my property. I'm the asshole.
Okay.
I'm taking the stance of I'm that asshole that's going to exist in the society.
Okay.
Because every society's going to have that one asshole.
Oh, yeah.
But I was born into something I didn't agree to. And everybody else around me is demanding that I keep their agreement, even though I had nothing to do with it. Either way, they can view, shit changed. Well, we need to do what we can so that we can keep living life the way we used to, because now our rights are being violated because you won't let us travel. And there's me going, well, it's my private property. You will not violate my private property. Yes, under the idealistic scenario, everybody's going to sit there and go, okay, well, let's renegotiate. Let's be friends. But again, I'm taking that stance of, I'm also not saying that to try and be mocking. I'm taking the stance, excuse me. Trying not to burp or hiccup or whatever this is. Okay, we're good. I'm trying to take that stance of being that asshole that's going to show up someday.
Yeah.
And that's where I lose sight on the practicality of the whole thing, because it assumes 100% of everybody is going to have the exact same thought and feeling to everything. And that people born into it are just going to accept it. And they're going to be just as idealistic as their ancestors who originally agreed to the entire system. Which to me is exactly what we're in now. My ancestors helped build this country. So they came to the country, agreed to its rules, signed all of the immigration to exist in the country with all of its rules, and now I've been born into it. I didn't physically sign any of those contracts, but my ancestors did. So that's why, looking at it from that aspect, when an anarcho-capitalist says taxation is theft, I go, no, it's not. I'm just a descendant of somebody who signed the damn contract. They agreed that themselves and their bloodline would adhere to the requirements of society.
And that's asinine.
But that's exactly what's going to happen in an anarcho-capitalist society. Your kids are going to have to live by the rules of anarcho-capitalism. Their kids are going to have to live by the rules of anarcho-capitalism. As are
Not
their kids and their kids and their kids. Oh, so they can just leave the country then?
Yeah, that's what a free that's what a free system is. You know, there would not be a state. There would not be a centralized government. You know, there would be no state borders. There would be no country borders. You know, people could freely travel. One, if they could afford it. If a person could afford it, they could freely travel however they want. That, like, if they wanted to go on a boat to somewhere else and they had the money for it, they could.
Okay, so in that actually, man, I swear I didn't send you this list, but you know my list so well. Because my next bullet here is, how does equality exist within that society? And when I speak equality, I speak in terms of equality of opportunity, not equity, which is equality of outcome. So how do you provide for equality? Because you straight up said, as long as you got enough money, you can travel wherever you want. Well, I'm fucking poor as shit, so I don't have the right to travel anymore. Because I can't pay. I don't have the money to travel.
But okay, you still have the right to travel, but you could travel within your means. You know, because no external force is preventing you, or no external people are forcing you to stay at a given area. It just so happens to be your current economic situation. And people slide up, and people change their economic situation all the time.
Yes, I totally agree. In the United States especially, economic mobility is insane. There is a vast amount of economic mobility in this country, both up and down. Mm-hmm. It's fairly easy to get rich. It's even easier to get poor.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
But really, all you have to do to get rich is put in effort.
Bingo. That's it right there. Yes.
Put in effort and you can get rich. Don't put in effort, probably going to get poor. But Here's why I state. You specifically stated you have more... Well, I'm putting words in your mouth right now. I am twisting what you said to try to make a point. So I'm forewarning you, I'm putting words in your mouth. Okay? So don't do the whole, don't put words in my mouth. Remember, I'm playing the role of the asshole, so I'm forewarning you.
All right. Well then don't say it. Then don't phrase it as you said this.
Oh.
Find a way to phrase it.
The way that I understand what you just said, and my interpretation of what you just said, is the richer you are, the freer you are.
Not really, because you still have a nice pair of Chevrolet legs. You can still walk.
But I can't get to the other side of town because I don't have the $200 to pay all the fucking tolls between me and the other side of town. So, even though, yes, I have a mode of transportation, and everybody has a mode of transportation, I don't have the $100 to get to the other side of town, accounting for all of the tollways, because everybody says if you want to use my road, you're going to give me money so that I can provide for the upkeep of it.
If you're walking, who says you have to walk on the roads?
Well, then I'd be going through their private property, at which point I am liable to get shot because I've violated their private property.
That's not quite what
because there's no public area.
I didn't mean going through people's yards. I meant like going through going through various open areas and such.
Well, in the anarcho-capitalist society, there is no open area. All of the land is owned and is private.
That's your point.
So, like right now, you can just walk down the sidewalk or walk through the 200 miles of prairie because it's considered public area. Nobody can restrict your travel through it. Same thing on a road. It's a public thoroughfare. Nobody can restrict your ability to traverse it.
Okay.
You know, pending certain things, because I'm already right now going to stop the people who are going to do the argument of police set up roadblocks all the time and they block off the road when there's an accident. There's going to be something, but it doesn't entirely prevent you from getting from A to B.
Right.
It's like A Street is blocked off for a block for whatever. They're doing a parade.
Oh. Okay.
So, hey, this particular road you can't use because we got X going on.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, there could be, there could be what's called community property, like where everybody pitches it, where every pitched in, like someone where somebody pitched in X amount of money, so that the various upkeep of all the open areas or whatever, it's still private property, but that's owned by the community. So the community says, hey, you know what, use it. So that would be that could be
yes, but then it's also up to the individual to agree to said community rules as well. Correct?
That could be,
so that only counts for the people within the community. So yes, within my community, I might have all of these agreements, but here's where I'm trying to break things down and where I see the failure of practicality.
Okay.
Every argument I hear, and again, you've used a similar argument, well, within the community.
Mm-hmm.
The community doesn't extend from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. That's not one community.
Yeah.
For me, going from my home across the mountain pass to point B, whatever it may be, I am leaving my community. It is at that point that essentially you have no rights of your own because everybody outside of that community is restricting them. And you may or may not even know it. Because you don't know what the other communities have agreed to. And that's also why I use my understanding that the richer you are, the freer you are. Because if in my community, you don't have to pay to travel all the roads. We've just agreed we're all going to use them. If we got to do upkeep, we'll fucking pool together and figure out how much the upkeep is. If there's a frickin' pothole, we'll figure out as a community how to fix it. We've got that internal community agreement. But the next community over says, fuck them, because they got the water source. And we have to pay them for water, so fuck them.
Okay. Going back to the whole travel thing, there could be the bus company, for example. They could say, hey, you know what? We know that a large percentage of our community, their community is very low income. So we're going to voluntarily lower our rates for those people, and they could do that. So that kind of solves your argument of not being able to, of not affording to go places.
Well, that's providing that company exists, or somebody decides to make that company. So here's some of the arguments that I'm going to bring up for the defense of a centralized government. Not saying that ours is good, because ours sucks.
Yeah, it does.
But here's why I say that a centralized government is better than no government at all.
Okay.
Because that centralized government can ensure that anybody, regardless of income, can get from point A to point B. Anybody, regardless of how much money they have and how rich or how poor they are, them and their descendants have mobility. They can get outside their community to find a job, to find schooling, to get a better education, to pursue happiness.
Mm-hmm.
They provide that public support that nobody can tell them no on. To me, that's all a government is supposed to be. It is a central hub for ensuring that the school is staffed, paid for, the roads are maintained and paid for, the infrastructure, sewage, water, electricity, etc., 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 are paid for and available to everybody. Because let's take in anarcho-capitalism. If you have a family that's poor, they may not be able to afford running water. So they don't get running water. Because they can't pay the fees from the private company to get water pipes run to them.
Because that's because of government freaking bureaucracy.
What's because of government bureaucracy?
You using your example of the of a low income person not being able to get water to them because of high fees. That's because of government bureaucracy. In an NCAP system, the water company could say, "Hey, you know what? Let's run water to this house, or let's run water to this overall community, you know, to help them out."
But here's the thing. In my city, if you live in a domicile, you have running water. Period. Whether you can afford it or not, you have running water. Because if you aren't making enough to meet the water company's fees, the city will pay them so you have running water. That's how my city works. The government bureaucracy here ensures that no matter how poor you are, you have access to running water. You have access to sewage. You have access to heat. So long as you live within a domicile, if for some reason you can't meet the fees, our local government here will assist you in paying those fees. And they tell said, what's the term I'm looking for? Man, God, I am getting old. The infrastructure companies, the utilities, the government will regulate what they can charge people so that everybody has access. Because, well, here's the thing. Please find me somewhere where the utilities are public, or are private.
I think the one down here in New Mexico, P&M. I think it's a private company.
Public Service Company of New Mexico.
It's publicly traded, but it doesn't say whether it's but whether or not it's a private company or a government service. I'm sorry, it seems like it's electricity.
Okay, so you can become one of their vendors. Got their service area map.
I can't find.
Here, let's look at this.
It seems they are a private company, but they have a monopoly.
All right, so when you search for private utilities, like United States private utilities,
Okay.
what comes up is public utilities. And yes, they are often natural monopolies because of the infrastructure required, which makes them government monopolies. Or if they are privately owned, they're specially regulated by public utilities commissions.
Yeah, PRC.
So in essence, even if the company happens to be privately owned, they are publicly managed. Because when it boils down to when you have a centralized government, it makes anything the government runs is considered a public organization.
Yeah.
So because of the infrastructure involved, the government takes care of the infrastructure, and the government pays for the infrastructure and says, well, since we paid for all of that infrastructure so that you could do this, we tell you how to do it. You're still going to make money, but we're setting up rules so that you can't be an ass.
And that's pretty stupid. I mean, because there's more than one way to skin a cat. I mean, you can get power other ways. I mean, you can get solar panels for fairly cheap nowadays.
Well,
and
here,
then
can I pause you right there?
Hmm?
Can I pause you right there because you brought up solar panels? So you said fairly cheap. So don't forget the additional points you're going to go through. Okay? Because I just want to hit that one real quick.
Well, I know because when you buy solar panels, you have to either A, know how to hook them up, or B, hire somebody who knows how to hook them.
My solar panel system, which covers 60% of my roof, because that's where the sunlight is,
yes,
was $16,000. That was the cost of the solar panels.
How long ago did you get that though?
A couple years ago, when we bought the house.
Oh yeah, the reason I'm asking because my brother's got one, two, he's got like 5 solar panels in in his backyard, and he did all the wiring himself, and he said that the solar panels each were like $700 to $900 each. So
I have 17 panels on my roof. I didn't go for a small system. I got 17 panels. But it only provides enough electricity to run 85% of my house only during the day when there's sunlight.
That's interesting. I guess size of house makes a big difference too. I mean, I'm guessing that your house is a multi-story house, right?
If you include the basement, my house is 3 stories.
Okay.
2,400 square feet.
Ah, okay.
Plus a garage. So, as somebody who has, I'll admit, when it comes to electricity consuming devices, we've got a ton.
Oh, yeah. All your computers in the house.
Because there's the computer that I'm on. There's the computer you can see behind me. Mm-hmm. There's the TV in our living room, the TV in our master bedroom. We've got 2 refrigerators, plus our electric range, plus our dishwasher, plus all of the lights of all 3 stories, plus the electric motor on our furnace to push air through the house.
Oh yeah, the AC, yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of electricity consuming devices within my home, and a 17 panel system can power 85% of it at the peak of the day. That's how much power it provides. And we got the good ones. Now, they aren't the most power efficient. That's not what I mean by good. They're very high in their power efficiency, but we also got a system that can survive softball-sized hail.
Oh shit! Oh,
because it's
yeah.
very common for us here, where I'm at, to get hailstorms.
Makes sense. Yeah. So you want it basically everything proof type.
I mean, to give you an idea of the weather we deal with, every day from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., Sunday through Saturday, from May until October, is thunderstorms. I'm waiting to see if that sneeze comes out.
No worries.
Are you good?
Yeah.
So from May until October, every single day from about 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., we've got thunderstorms.
Okay.
About 70% of them come with hail. So if you were to account for it, 5 days out of the week, we've got hail. From May to October. So we got a system that could withstand that.
Yes.
So yeah, it did come with a fairly higher price tag. Now, it's reduced the amount of money we have to pay the utility company for electricity. I mean, our electricity bill is damn near non-existent compared to what it used to be.
No.
I mean, we used to pay $150 a month for electricity in the summer, and now in the summer we pay $22.
Well, yeah, solar panels. Sorry, I didn't mean to get I didn't mean for us to get way off topic, but I was just saying that like solar panels, I mean, especially us in the Southwest, is a really good option to help offset some of those costs.
Yes.
Yeah. The initial cost, it kind of high, but it pays for itself over time.
It pays for itself fairly quickly. But then let's also take Montana, Washington, Idaho, North Dakota. Let's take Alaska. Let's take New York or Maine. A lot of those areas, solar's really not an option. Yeah, it's good in the summer, but you've also got the other 6 months of the year where you've got next to nothing.
That's true, yes.
So their only option is that utility company. Now, you could say the Dakotas, well, you know what? Why don't you just put up a windmill? Okay.
The irony of windmills. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. I just think they're very ironic.
Yeah, I mean, the renewable energy, but it kills everything living around them.
Not just that, but still requires digging up metal to make the damn thing. Still requires oil to keep the gears and shit running. So it's still not environmentally friendly.
Well, neither are solar panels.
How? It made of silica, sand.
Not the photovoltaic cells.
I mean,
it takes a lot of
component is silica.
Yeah, that's to collect the sunlight. But the cells that provide the conversion, the process of turning that silica into a dielectric or a photovoltaic cell, are extremely destructive.
Okay.
It's just like everybody's talking about how great lithium batteries are. Lithium batteries are almost as much of a pollutant to make as nuclear power. The only difference between the amount of waste when you make lithium batteries to the waste from a nuclear power plant is the nuclear power plant is radioactive, the lithium waste is not. But they both have the exact same destruction to the environment.
Okay. Also, yeah, because the various lithium mines in order to make the damn batteries and such. Yeah.
Well, it's not even just the lithium mines. It's not about the lithium itself. It's the chemicals required in order to turn that lithium into a battery. The acids required, the byproducts. That's why, just like with the solar cells, yes, they're really nice, but the byproducts of their production are bad. So everything, if it's man-made, there is some sort of terrible byproduct associated.
Good point. Okay.
So it all comes down to that. Like you're weighing things. There's pros and cons and everything. And
agreed. Yes.
To bring us kind of
more
full circle and to come back a little bit. Oh, you got nothing to be sorry about. This is the whole point of the Accords. It's to have discussions and to find those bridges. But
yes,
again, what this all comes down to prove is my interpretation of your statement still holds. The richer you are, the freer you are. If you have more money, you don't have to pay a utility company for your utilities. You can buy land with a well and put a ton of solar panels on it and purchase that land with a well in somewhere like the Southwest where we are, where solar is amazing. Or
why not hire a friend to do? Why not hire a friend to do all that? Or why not? If you have a friend who happens to be a land merchant, I don't know what the proper term is, but if you have
a real estate agent
that sells land, then yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, because like various land I guess various land would still fall under the real estate. I would think.
I'd still consider it to be real estate, even if it's not the term that wants to be used. We can at least use it.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If you have a friend who's a real estate agent, you can say, hey, look, I'm a fixed income. Could you help me find some land that would fit my budget? And then the person probably could. And then you could say, then you could talk to your other friends. Say, hey, do I have any friends out there who knows how to dig wells? You kind of network with your friends to try to figure out who knows what to try to help you out.
Yes, and that's where I will sit on. The whole thing sits on an idealistic basis that these things are going to be available to everyone because we're nice people. When you start to change it from an ideal to a practical implication, how do you insure against that asshole? How do you insure against the guy who fucking Bill Gates and he buys up the entire fucking West Coast and now nobody's got lithium except for him? Or let's just using Bill Gates again because he's got the money, buys the entirety of the Northwest Territories and owns all of the diamonds in the Americas.
That would be a NAP violation because monopolies?
It's not a NAP violation, though. He didn't aggress. He acquired it all orally. He purchased it.
With the intent to with the intent to say, hey, you know what? I now own all of this. None of you can have it. So that would force the market to try to say, hey, you know what? We no longer have access to this. So let's find other ways to make batteries. Let's find other ways to to make rings and such.
Okay, well let's let's turn it this way. I'm rich. I'm totally not, but for the scenario, I'm fucking loaded.
Yeah. For the sake of the argument, yeah.
I purchased the entirety of Alaska because it's fucking beautiful.
It is.
That's my reason for purchasing it. After I purchase it, well, now I've discovered that I own 60% of the country's oil. But that wasn't why I purchased it. I purchased it because, man, it's beautiful. And I don't want any neighbors harassing me. Or I just purchase a large swath that happens to contain those oil fields. I don't even purchase the whole state. I just purchase this huge chunk of land that happens to have that resource. But that wasn't my purpose to it.
If you knew beforehand that those various oil pockets already supplied the oil to various companies, you could not cut off the supply.
Well, remember, we're going under the assumption we're going under the assumption that I discovered the oil after I purchased it. The intent had nothing to do with the oil. It was because it's beautiful country. Just like Bill Gates, he purchased the West Coast because it's a beautiful coastline. Or he purchased the Northwest Territories because who the hell is going to move up there? And it's extremely secluded.
Right.
And I'm picking these areas because there is that secondary effective resource.
Okay.
So let's also... here's another one that I just thought of.
Okay.
If I purchased land, let's just say I purchased 200 acres of land.
Okay.
Through that land is a river. Okay? I use it as a water source and a power source, and I've made myself self-sufficient because of this river that runs through my land. I don't own the river birth to emptying into the ocean. I just own what's going through my property.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be a violation for somebody who owns the property upriver from me to install a dam? It's now reduced the river flow through my property that I'm relying on, but they did it on their property, and that's what they're using to generate power on their property.
Yes, it would be a violation because that in your example, that impeded your right that impeded your right to power your property.
But they didn't do it with the intent of impeding me. They just went, oh man, we got this huge fucking gorge right here. Let's build a fucking dam and we got all the power we want. They don't know that I'm using the river for everything I'm using it for. Because we don't talk. Because we're all hermits. Because we don't want to violate anybody else's private property and risk getting shot in the face over it. Because we're scaredy cat hermits.
All right.
They didn't intend to, like, that wasn't their intent, so how is it a violation? There's no intent.
I would think that it would still be a violation because you no longer have flowing water to power your property because the idiots upriver took all the water.
But what recourse would I have against them?
You have to go up to first you have to find where the hell they're at and say, hey, look, I live downriver. What the hell?
They say, fuck you. This is our property. This is how we're dealing with our property, as is their right to do.
It is, but that river would be. I don't think that river. That is a really good question.
It's a monkey wrench, isn't it?
It really is.
And again, here's something that I heard the other day, and I know I talked to you about it, which really brought up a huge anger within me about the whole practicality of things. Do you, in your mind, have a solution for magically tomorrow we're in ANCAP society? This is the scenario. Just, we overthrew the government. Government's non-existent. We destroyed it. We're now ANCAP. The ANCAPs have won civil war, took over the country. How does that group in Dallas get to their like-minded folk in LA so that they can create their community when everybody in between them hates them?
Phones are still a thing. I mean, cell phones are still a thing.
But how do they go live with the community that they want to be a part of if they can't get from Dallas to LA? Because everybody in the middle of them says, we don't want your kind coming through here.
That would be again, come back to the whole thing. It'd be a dick move saying, hey, look, we're gonna restrict. We're gonna say, hey, wait, nobody of this type can pass through our town. That'd be dumb.
Yeah, we don't want no fucking yuppies. It's well within their right to do so, though. And you've already given the example that in no way, shape, or form does it violate those yuppies' rights.
I mean, they're not being forced because there are other ways. I mean, there's more than one pathway to get from point A to point B.
Now, there's a specific reason that I chose Dallas.
Okay, why Dallas particularly?
Or excuse me, I think I chose the wrong city. It wouldn't be Dallas. LA, right? It would probably be Houston that would want to go to LA. I think.
Why those two cities?
It's the most liberal city in Texas, where the rest of the state around them wants to shoot them in the face.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Here, I can actually bring it to something here. It becomes ANCAP. I live in Colorado. Everywhere that surrounds Denver wants to just blow Denver off the face of the goddamn earth. So now everybody that's in Denver is stuck in Denver. They can't go anywhere because nobody wants those yuppies coming across their land.
Hey, for impeding somebody's right to go places without trespassing onto private property, like i.e. someone's house, someone's yard, and so on, across public thoroughfares, i.e. like roads.
But again, you have to understand, it's now ANCAP. There's no such thing as a public thoroughfare. Public doesn't exist anymore.
But it would still be. I mean, it would still be part of the mass, as in mass transit system. I mean, it's still, the roads are not going anywhere. They would still be there.
No, they're not going anywhere. But now they're privately owned by the communities that they run through. And especially, I can tell you straight up just from living here, people who live in Denver would be trapped. Nobody would let them travel across their property. Because that entire population has been socially destructive.
Horrible. That could be one way of saying, hey, you know what? I actually do agree with you on that, because social isolation is a way of saying, hey, you know what, stay the fuck out of our community. So yes, that would, I don't think that would be a violation, because they're then protecting their own their own property. Come to think of it,
So,
because if they show patterns of behavior of not only destroying their own property but others, um, then doing that, like socially isolating them, I would think would be the would be would I don't know. I want to.
it becomes a
That's
tough,
tough.
it becomes a freaking monkey wrench in the gears, doesn't it?
That is.
And this is why I struggle with the practicality aspect. This is what I've been trying to bring up is yes, these monkey wrenches, they're going to occur. You cannot guarantee that they won't. The only guarantee of a monkey wrench is that one will show up at some point in time. If you take my faith in it,
Yeah.
with my personal beliefs and faith, we account that to Loki. So Loki is a trickster.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Everything he does, he is not innately evil. He is not bad. He is driven by curiosity. If I throw in the monkey wrench, what's the response? And then he observes the response. And then he goes somewhere else and throws in a different kind of a monkey wrench. Almost like a scientist in a lab. If I do A, how does specimen respond? Okay, well, that's how they responded to A. Let me do B. This is their response to B. And keeps going through the quote-unquote scientific method to figure out the response to the injections.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
And it's used metaphorically to say you can never guarantee that the wrong thing is never going to happen. But you can guarantee that it will happen at some point.
True, because we're not saying that assholes won't exist, because obviously they will. We're just simply saying that the NAP protects that the NAP protects those who do believe it.
And that's kind of what I get to is I understand the nap. But let's say, let's just take how would you convert the United States into an ANCAP society? Not everybody's going to agree to it.
Oh, I know, and they don't have to, because that's the whole point of freedom. Because not everybody has to believe the same way I do. That
yes,
not everybody has to be not everyone has to be an ANCAP. That's what freedom is. People are free to believe however they want, just as long as they don't violate others' rights. That's the only stipulation is don't violate others' rights and consent.
yes, and that's a principle that is governed by the NAP.
Pretty much.
The NAP kind of dictates that.
Yes.
Therefore, if you don't agree with the NAP, you're in violation of the entire society. But you're allowed to not believe in the NAP.
Yes, you are allowed to not believe in it.
However, you still have to comply with it, right? Otherwise, you face punishment.
Well, no, you only face punishment if you step on somebody else's rights. If you're just doing your own thing, if you're a business and um and you're doing your own thing and you choose to not believe in the app, cool. You don't have to. That's what freedom is.
All right, let me see how I can word this to try to get the point across a little bit better so that hopefully I can create the moment.
Perhaps I'm not understanding the question.
Okay. If you take the people that are in our country right now,
Mm-hmm.
we currently have a group that says they shouldn't have to pay for medical care.
More than half the people in the country are annoyed with that.
Yeah.
But
Right now, we have a group of people who say they shouldn't have to pay for medical care, that it's a right. And if you don't provide it, you're violating their rights. That is their belief. But that violates the NAP because they are forcing medical professionals to treat them without compensation.
correct. That is a NAP violation because nobody is entitled to the right, or nobody is entitled to the labor of others.
Yes, but that would mean that by somebody who does not believe in the NAP is now being punished by the NAP. But you're saying it's totally fine. It's not going to affect them for not believing in the NAP. But it is their firm-held belief that the charging for medical services is a violation of their rights, because that is their belief. That the simple charging for that service is a violation of their rights.
The hospital could say, hey, you know what? You're not going to pay. We're going to send you away.
Yeah, the hospital can say that, and then you've got that community goes after the hospital for violating their rights. Because they feel that that medical treatment is a right.
But nobody is entitled. Because that sound, yeah, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying this example.
Yep.
That example is a this example stems from a bunch of people who have a horrible entitlement problem. Because healthcare is not a right.
Yes. Neither is traveling.
Eh?
I, in no way, have a right to move across somebody else's property.
Well, true. Yeah.
Therefore, the right to travel is a fallacy. You have the privilege of travel. Because you don't have the right to set foot on somebody else's property without invitation. So therefore, the right to travel and the right to private property violate one another under the NAP. Because if you have a right to travel, then you have a right to set foot on somebody else's property without invitation because you're traveling. Because your travel cannot be impeded because it's a right. But throughout this conversation, you've turned it around and said, well, people would agree to let you go through because people are awesome. That is a way overly simplified form of what you actually say.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying though, because going back to your old toll road thing though, because they get people could do the whole tolls to help pay for pay for stuff.
Yes, but in order to comply with something being a right, it doesn't require somebody else's permission to practice it, correct?
Yes.
Therefore, there is no right to travel. Because in order to travel, you need somebody else's permission to do so. That right there is probably what I should have started this whole thing off with.
You're fine.
But I will admit to everybody, I'm fucking old and my brain doesn't work in the most efficient manner anymore. But
it doesn't either, so don't worry about it.
That's kind of one of the pinpoint arguments that I have for the practicality. Because you have two elements within the NAP that directly conflict with one another. If you have a right to travel, a right means you don't need permission to exercise it. But if I don't have the right to leave my property without agreement and permission from the next property owner to set foot on their property, I need their permission to travel, which means I need their permission to exercise my right. So those lie in direct opposition to one another. And that's where, when I go through the NAP, I read it much like I read the Bible.
Okay.
One chapter is all well and good, but the following chapter completely contradicts the first chapter. And the third chapter contradicts the first two in some form or fashion. Every time you get to a new rule, you can find a contradiction to everything before it. And that amount of contradiction makes practicality possible. In my mind's eye.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can see where you're getting at. It seems that the excuse me, it's more of a guideline per se. It's like a guiding principle, hence principle, but
and trust me, I totally get the fact that it's a guiding principle. It's supposed to be an ideal. It is 100% purely the way that I interpret the whole thing. It is an ideal. It is best case scenario, but it has no way of dealing with anything other than absolute best case. If anybody, any individual disagrees with it, the NAP eats itself. One person says, I don't believe it. The entire system eats itself. Because as somebody who follows it, agrees that they need to ask permission to exercise their rights. Which then means you don't have any rights. Because in order for you to do anything that is outside of your own property, you must have permission to do so. And creates a societal level government, because it's the society agreeing to NAP that is governing how the society, and when I say government, I'm not talking a central body. It's just a governing principle. If it's governing, it's a government. So even in an ANCAP society, there is still a form of government. It is agree to the NAP and comply with the NAP or be gone. Because you cannot function in the society unless you're in compliance with the NAP.
Is it?
But compliance with the NAP is in violation to all of your rights. Because your rights don't exist, because you need somebody else's permission in order to act upon them.
That is true, because like rights do not require permission. That is true.
But just the simple discussion we've had now of the right to travel, you need permission from many other people in order to exercise it. The only right you truly have under anarcho-capitalism is the right to breathe. Because you don't have the right to eat.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. Because you need to ask somebody else's permission to get through their property to get to your food. Now, you could grow it yourself. You know, there are other options. But in some areas, even the right to eat is violated because you need permission to get to your food. You need permission to get to your water. The only thing you can do without permission is breathe. Whereas in the system we live in now, I don't need to ask somebody's permission to go to the store. I can just go. I don't need permission from somebody to install water lines. I don't need permission from somebody to get access to my job, to get access to education, to get access just to go from A to B, to get access to exercise and activity and to be an individual, to express myself. I don't need to ask anybody's permission to do any of those things.
Incorrect. One of those things you do.
Which one?
The water line. Like, you do have to. There's a lot of bureaucratic red tape to get various utility lines installed. So you gotta have a fucking site surveyor come out, and then after that guy does his thing, you have to have a was it like a yard scientist come out and make sure the soil composition is good for it, and then you have another engineer come out.
Okay, so providing the infrastructure doesn't already exist, yes, there's some bureaucracy to get the water system installed from scratch. But generally speaking, if I purchase a plot of land right now, I can go out east of me and buy a blank plot of land. I buy it from a land development company. They're building property. I buy the land. I did not have to ask for any of the utilities to get installed. That's just installed under the contract. So when I finally move into said home, I have access to water. It was granted to me by way of contract to build.
Well, that
or I can go buy a house that's already got it installed.
Well, true. I mean, because it's all about contracts. Because as you just said, contract says all the utilities will be there. Cool. It's all in the contract.
Yes, but that contract didn't rely on 50 other people on where it needs to be built through. It went to one agency who said, "Yep, go." It didn't require the permission from my neighbors to get it. That's what I'm getting at when I say permission.
Okay.
Because technically speaking, yes, I was granted permission to travel by being born in a country that's got public access. And they granted me the authority to go wherever the hell I want, provided it was on public access way.
Mm-hmm.
I can use said public access way just for being born.
Yeah.
Or just by traveling here, you get granted access to travel from A to B. And there is access way provided for you to get there. Your mode of transportation is up to you, but the way to get there is provided, and you don't have to ask permission.
All right.
So, whereas in that ANCAP society, say I wanted to go visit you.
Okay.
How many individuals and or communities would I have to get permission from to get from me to you?
Yeah, there's a big handful of cities between here and here in your part of Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah. Therefore, I no longer have a right to travel because I'm constantly asking permission. May I travel, sir? May I travel? Oh, 6 pence for the toll. So if it's constantly asking for permission to exercise it, it's no longer a right.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why in our Constitution was put the right to travel. You don't have a specific right to a specific mode of travel, but your ability to travel cannot be impeded by law.
I don't recall seeing that in the I don't recall seeing that in the Constitution. Which one? Where's that?
Oh, excuse me. The right to travel is deemed as part of liberty according to the governing documents of the United States. So, right to travel falls under liberty, freedom.
So is that Because the Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments. So is it one of those 10? I don't think so.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay.
It's part of liberty.
Okay.
That's what I just said. I said, oops, my bad. It's involved in the term liberty.
Okay. Okay.
Which cannot be deprived without due process according to the Fifth Amendment. So your right to travel is protected by the Fifth Amendment.
Okay.
Because right to travel is part of liberty, which is your liberty is protected by the Fifth Amendment.
Okay.
That's what due process is. Your freedoms can't be taken away without due process. You have to be given an example, and it has to be adjudicated.
All right.
So, that's why we have public thoroughfare. You can walk it, no problem. As far as your two legs can take you.
Yes.
You don't have a right to a car.
Sure.
You don't have a right to an airplane. You don't have a right
Sure.
to a helicopter. Those are all privileges.
Okay, true.
And I know there's a lot of people that will argue with me that, well, especially like what's that group? I know there's a group out there.
What, liberals?
No,
Sorry.
I forget what they call themselves, but they're like, I have the right to my car. I can travel unimpeded. You can't yell at me, border patrol or checkpoint agent. You can't say shit to me because I'm free.
The border patrol people.
No, like there's a group of people that regularly harass the California State Border Patrol. Maybe somebody in chat knows what they call themselves, but I see the videos all the time on YouTube where
Well, find it. Find one of those videos and post it in chat because I'm drawing a blank.
yeah, let me see what they call themselves. God damn it, this would be so much easier if I just knew what the hell these people called themselves.
I really don't know.
Let's see. Sovereign citizens.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been accused of. I've been accused of. I've been accused of being one of those because I'm an NCAP. I'm like not quite.
Yeah. There's a pretty good distinction because at least ANCAPs believe in the idealistic nature of people. Sovereign citizens are just fuck law, fuck rules. You can't tell me what to do. I hate you.
They're almost Antifa because they don't. I've not seen or heard the sovereign people bashing property. I don't know. That's the only good thing about the sovereign people, but the Antifa morons just go on bash property because they're commies.
See, I view sovereign citizens as anarchists who don't understand the definition of anarchy. Or anarchists who are using the wrong definition of anarchy for the situation.
Okay, because they kind of going slightly off topic here. Trump has been butchering the word anarchist and giving us actual anarchists, like people like me people like Eric July, people like Lark and Rose and so on, giving us bad names because we are peaceful anarchists. You know, we don't destroy property.
I guess that's probably the best way to put it. Because I view the two as anarchists and anarchists. Because you've got your anarchists who are just simply centralized government is bad. Centralized government is wrong. And then you've got the anarchists who are all about the chaos. So it's really more anarchists and destructive anarchists. Because the destructive ones are all about the chaos side of anarchy. The definition where it's chaos in absence of, instead of the absence of rulers, they're searching the chaos.
But anarchy, okay, let's define anarchy. Anarchy simply means no rulers. It does not mean no rules.
Well, here.
That's a big difference.
Even if you look for the definition of anarchy, it's got two definitions when used as a noun. A state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority. That's your destructive anarchy. That's your destructive anarchists. And then you've got absence of government and absolute freedom of the individual regarded as a political ideal. That's your political anarchist. Got your destructive and your idealistic. It's one is just saying centralized government is bad. What is it? South Park? You know, drugs are bad. Okay. I view your anarchist as government's bad. Okay. And then you've got hey, XQD got a chuckle. But then
hey, XQ, welcome back.
Then you've got the kids that are still living in their mama's basement who are all about the disorder and anarchy and the refusal to accept authority.
Yeah, those are your Antifa morons.
That's why I say, well, the anarchists have been around a hell of a lot longer than Antifa has. Because here's the thing.
Antifa, yeah, okay. The term Antifa is a modern term, yes, but they are ancoms, or they are anarcho-communists, or just communists. That's been around. The term ancom has been around a lot longer than the term Antifa.
Well, okay, so here's actually kind of how I view them. And I could be totally wrong, but this is my view of them. The original formation of Antifa was a group of idealists who got taken over by the anarchists living in mama's basement, who said, now I have something, I have an umbrella over me that lets me do what I want, and I can say it's for a good cause instead of just the desire of destruction. Because the anarchist groups are generally known for wearing black attire, having face masks, having hoods, concealing as much of their identity as possible, and wreaking havoc and destruction wherever they go.
Here's an article I found from 20. Let's see, what's the date on this article? This article is from 2018. It's from time.com. I'll post it in chat as well. It says, what is Antifa? Next year next year, back in 2019, 18 to 19. Next year will mark a century. Next year will mark a century since Benito Mussolini founded the original fascist party. And while the Italian dictator may have killed during World War II, the idea codified lives on, as does its opposite. After the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017 that led to violent clashes between the white nationalists and the counter protesters, American awareness of the opposition of that opposition rose dramatically. Anti-fascist anti-fascist direction action movements, often known as Antifa, drew support from some quarters. From others, they drew condemnation, including from President Trump, for what could be seen as violent tactics. In March, Merriam-Webster added Antifa to the dictionary, but despite being an idea that's nearly 100 years old, that spans much of the globe, Antifa is still a source of much confusion.
Yes, and that's why, because here's one of the things you also have to look at, and this is what I'll bring up in this. If you look at the original creation of Antifa, and in our modern history, look at the original creation of Black Lives Matter. The original creation of Black Lives Matter, I can totally get behind their group's movement. Because all they wanted to do was try to bring up the point that they felt black neighborhoods and black people were more prone, unjustly so, based on their personal view, to policing. And that policing in their neighborhoods was generally more violent. Without taking any other factors in. That was the original message, was to try and bring that to the public space.
It seems Black Lives Matter got started recently, 2013, as what I'm saying, according to their website. It's 2013.
Yes, Black Lives Matter started, it is 7 years old now.
Yeah.
But the movement got brought and was created under a false story.
Really, a false story.
Yes.
What was that false story? I actually don't know.
What's his first name? Let me find his first name so that.
Let's see, Black Lives Matter. Hashtag Black Lives Matter was founded in 2013. Yes.
Okay,
in response to the acquittal of Trayvon Martin.
Trayvon. No.
Well, no, I'm saying that. So that's on the that's on the BLM page. So that's it.
Yes.
That's what I'm
so initially it was created in 2013 over Trayvon Martin, and then got blown out of proportion and radicalized. Sorry, I had my timeline messed up. Was radicalized in the 2014 shooting of Michael Brown under the false premise of hands up, don't shoot.
Oh, okay.
Because all of media ran with hands up, don't shoot before an investigation was ever filed.
Wow.
The investigation hadn't even been filed, and United States media and global media, because BBC hit it too, with hands up, don't shoot. American cops are just shooting people. And then when the investigation was done and they've got all of the footage that, this guy was actually beating the shit out of some cops when he got shot.
Right.
It's like if he was hands up, don't shoot, why are his fingerprints on a cop's gun?
Yeah.
So there's all of this evidence to the contrary. But what that did is it furthered the radicalization of the group.
True, and now we could go. We could go with the whole BLM stuff, or do you want to save that for another day?
That is another discussion. But
yes, okay.
Kind of how we got here is, again, dealing with practicality.
Okay.
So in dealing with practicality, even so this is where I would like a bridge, and where maybe I just don't understand enough. Maybe you can explain it a little bit better. But the non-aggression principle legitimately has more contradictions than the New Testament, where even individual books of the New Testament contradict themselves.
Very well read on the Bible as much I should be, because I'm not religious, so I
Oh,
just don't really
well,
care.
just
So
take this
please
from the
enlighten me.
just take this from the Bible. Love thy neighbor, kill homosexuals.
I don't think it says kill them.
It says they should be
I mean,
stoned.
stone. Oh, okay, stoned. Okay.
That's why I said the New Testament.
Okay, yeah, that is it. That is a contradiction. Yes.
Because the Old Testament is really nothing but a whole bunch of stories that says this is why you need to be moral.
Oh wow. Okay.
Here are some definitions of morality and where the morals of the faith come from.
Okay.
Because the Old Testament is deemed to be stories resulting from the direct word of God. The story of Noah and his ark.
Okay.
Take your family and 2 of every species you can. Save them. There is so much disorder and chaos in the world. I'm going to destroy as much of it as I can. You're good. You're moral. I have nothing against animals. We're going to repopulate the earth with the good and moral. That's essentially a extremely watered down and way oversimplified version of the story of Noah.
Oh, okay.
It was, you and your family are good. I'm going to tell you to build an ark, because guess what? I'm going to flood the goddamn planet because there's way too much death, chaos, and disorder. And the animals haven't done anything wrong, so I want you, as a good moral person, to save them for me. Because if I do this flood, it's going to be worldwide, and I can't just take one section and not flood it. It's an all or nothing thing. That's essentially the story of Noah.
Okay.
And the Old Testament is full of that. It's the direct word of God that results in something happening. It's why were Adam and Eve banished from the garden? Because they disobeyed God.
Oh, okay.
It's also, the Old Testament is an absolute proof that Lucifer is not evil. He is not evil. Him being evil is a New Testament thing. Because do you know what Lucifer Morningstar means?
No, I mean the term vague sounds fair, but I have no clue.
So there's a reason why his surname is Morningstar. Lucifer means bringer of light.
Oh.
So how can somebody be named the bringer of light and be evil?
Well, yeah, because wait a minute. Lucifer, aka the devil. I mean, he was a fallen angel. He did something, and caused him to fall. I think, wouldn't it?
So here's the contradiction within the Bible. The Bible claims that the angels were created by God without free will. The only actions they can take are the ones that God determined them to take. So how can Lucifer have fallen by disobeying God if he didn't have the ability to disobey?
That's a good point, yeah.
He was the light bearer. He was the bringer of knowledge. He convinced Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge so that man could truly be free and independent outside of God's rule. Because God said, don't do this or I'm going to banish you. Lucifer deemed that to be inappropriate because he was not allowing man meaning human here, all of you sexists out there.
Right. Yeah, human. Yeah. Human people. Yeah.
But Lucifer's role was to protect man in the Garden of Eden. That was his role at the time. Lucifer was able to judge that without knowledge, there was no way to protect. A creature, think of it like a zoo.
True.
Is a creature in a zoo free?
No, they're a caged animal.
That's how he saw the Garden of Eden. It was a cage.
Oh.
And man was not allowed to express its individuality or its free will unless it did something that granted it the knowledge that existed outside of what God told it. So Lucifer convinced Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge. She ate from the tree of knowledge. God got pissed, destroyed the Garden of Eden, and banished them. It's also, I believe, hold on. Let me search this.
Okay. I'm putting a link in chat for a thing I'm going to reference about the non-aggression principle.
Yep. So, did you know that Eve also has a second name?
No.
Lilith.
I mean, I only knew about like Adam and Eve. I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know that they had a. I mean, I didn't know that they had a last name. I just knew them. I just knew of them as Adam and Eve.
Yep, they were Adam and Eve. With the fall of Eden, Eve became Lilith, the mistress to Lucifer.
Huh. Fascinating.
Because Lucifer gave her knowledge. So she grew an attraction for Lucifer. Because Lucifer granted her something that God would not.
Oh, shit.
The expression of free will.
Holy shit. Did not know that either.
So, when you look at the contradictions of the New Testament, angels cannot fall. Because angels had no free will. Angels were created to serve a purpose ordained by God. They couldn't go away from that. So it's when the Bible talks about like Armageddon, you know, the battle between good and evil. Well, there is no evil. There's only angels that are doing exactly what God created them to do.
Oh, wow.
So when you look at those stories and really just kind of boil them way, way down, those are some of the contradictions you find. And bringing it back to the nap, I find the same contradictions. Finally, mainly based around that whole idea of these are your rights, nobody can violate them. That immediately turns around to, but you have to ask everybody else permission to exercise them. Which makes them not a right, makes them a privilege.
Perhaps this Mises site can help shed some light. I'm going to read directly from it, and I posted the link to it in chat. It says non-aggression principle, also called non-aggression axiom, or the anti-coercion or zero aggression principle, or non-initiation of force, is an ethical stance which asserts that aggression is inherently illegitimate. Aggression is defined as the initiation of physical force against persons or property, threat of such or fraud upon persons or their property. In contrast to pacifism, the non-aggression principle does not preclude violent self-defense. The principle is deontological or rule-based stance, ethical stance. The origin of it, the principle has a long tradition, but has been mostly popularized by a market anarchist, which is what an ANCAP is a market anarchist, and other schools of libertarianism, consequentialist libertarians do not base their libertarianism on it. It is an axiom of some form of anarchism, and traces of it in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, as well as in Eastern philosophies such as Taoism. And then now the definition. Libertarians typically claim that the non-aggression principle includes property and freedom contract as as part of self-ownership. The basis the basis for the extension of self-ownership to one's property is John Locke's argument, also called the homestead principle, that mixing of labor with an unknown resource makes that resource part of oneself. Subsequent exchange of such property, e.g., sale or rental, simply transfers this right. To aggress against someone's property is to aggress against the individual. Against the individual. As for freedom of contract, the right of self-ownership is held to imply freedom of action in the absence of aggression, e.g., the in the absence of false duress contracts and the absence of contracts stipulating aggression against third parties. And then consequences. Uh, if these two rights to private property and to freedom contract are taken as given, and the non-aggression principle is held by supporters to lead the rejection of theft, vandalism, assault, fraud, pollution, and the concept of victimless crimes. When applied to the state, it has been taken to prohibit many policies, including taxation, military draft, regulation of voluntary exchange, and individual participation in non-defensive state wars. When taken to the logical conclusion, anarchists argue that it calls for the abolition of the state itself, asserting that individuals would be protected from aggression by what amount to insurance contracts with private organizations, through a militia union, or completely by self-defense. This proposed system resembles fire protection services in colonial Philadelphia. The United States Libertarian Party and others view it as an essential tenet of libertarian thought. Although the modern LP is full of leftists. So, justification. The principle has been derived by various philosophical approaches, including augmentation ethics. Hans Hermann Hoppe has argued that property rights are praxeologically necessary, as they are presupposed in the very act of augmentation. Natural law, Murray Rothbard, has made efforts to derive non-aggression from self-ownership. And then various contractarianism, objectivism, and Rind has made efforts to derive the principles from the right to life, universally preferable behavior. Stephen Molyneux formulated an ethical theory that made an effort to validate the non-aggression principle. And then at the bottom of the site, it shows a various historical timeline of various how various cultures have somewhat adopted it. If that makes any sense.
Yep. Well, so the whole thing that exists in there's the basis of the NAP, which completely makes sense. And then there's everything that I've been studying and learning and going out in the directions you've pushed me towards are persons who claim that, an anarcho-capitalist society is technically governed by the NAP.
Yes.
But that you have all of these rights, and anything that violates those rights is therefore a violation of the NAP. But if you just read the actual NAP, so I guess the way that I would say is it's not that the NAP itself contradicts itself. It's the implementation of NAP that contradicts it.
In what way?
So the NAP itself just says, don't aggress upon one another.
Correct. Yes.
That's essentially it. But then when you take the implementation of it, it's what's determined to be an aggression. Well, anything that violates your right is an aggression. If you violate somebody's rights, it's an aggression. So that's where I get into that. The application and the practicality is where the contradictions lie. Because the implementation of the NAP would say, the implementation of it states that you cannot violate my rights, which means you cannot tell me I can't travel. Restricting my travel violates that right. But I also don't have the right to go onto your property. So I really don't have a right to travel because I have to ask permission to implement or to exercise it. That's what this whole thing keeps circling back to, is there are a lot of rights defined in anarcho-capitalism, or at least by the persons who are advocating for it. There are a lot of rights defined, and the guise and the protection of them is the NAP, but under the implementation, you have no rights because you are asking for permission to do anything and everything within that society. Because you can't do anything off of your own property without permission. Which puts us in a worse state than we are now. Societally speaking.
Yeah, because I'm trying to find something online that either that I can find it that either supports my side or your side. So I try to. I can't find it. I could have sworn I. Maybe I'm wording it wrong.
Yeah. Also, I wholeheartedly agree with you that the Libertarian Party is it's extraordinarily left-wing political.
It is. It really is.
And has grown to a point where it cannot exist without a government. Because their entire ideal has become, in order to enforce liberty, we have to own and control everything. To ensure that an individual's liberty is not violated. And because so many things are being converted, if you will, into rights or liberties, it's the Libertarian Party is, you might as well call it the fucking Socialist Party of America.
They really are. And that's why I don't associate with the LP, because they've become so infiltrated by leftists, and if you call them on it, they're like, I'm like, wow.
My personal take is that the Libertarian Party is what you would call the party of Karen.
Yes, they are. They really are. Them and well, all of them.
This is all mine and guaranteed. And if you disagree,
read. The LP Dems and the Rep, all three of them. They're all Karens. All three of them.
I am a personal believer that nothing exists except for true natural law.
Okay, so since you brought that up, what is your definition of natural law?
My definition of natural law is that the only right you have is the right to attempt survival, hence being born with a survival instinct. That is the only thing you are born with. That is the only thing you are granted. That is the only thing in life you are entitled to. And that you must go on that attempt for survival, quote, by any means deemed necessary by yourself for your survival. Nothing can determine what is a threat to you except you. No external body can tell you what is and is not a threat to you. Threat is self-determined. It's just like some people will see a spider and immediately run for their life. I see a spider and go, oh my god, how cute, please live in my basement and eat the shit I really don't like. Keep the ants out of my house, thank you very much. Therefore, there is no global, spiders are bad, spiders are evil. That nothing can determine that. That is totally down to the individual, which natural law is nothing but survival. And the way I view natural law is it can be applied to every living organism on the planet. And the only thing we share in common is survival. And the fight for survival.
Okay.
Therefore, to me, the right to a firearm is not a right. The right to travel is not a right. The right to care is not a right. Because these are things. Also, morality is not global or universal.
True.
Morality is not universal.
Agreed. It's not universal, and it's not legislatable.
Legislatable. Yeah, you cannot legislate morals.
There you go. Yes.
Morality cannot be legislated. There is no way to create political law based on moral.
Correct.
Specifically because I can guarantee you that your morals are different than mine. My morals are different from everybody else in chat. There is nobody that has my morals except for those I learned my morals from.
Right.
And even in that group, I have different morals than they do. There's, even within my own family, we have different sets of morals. There's different things that we have determined are morally good and morally wrong. So since morals are not universal, like you said, there's no way to legislate for it. And right now, every system of governance that exists is based on a set of morals. And that's where, like, circling it back to anarcho-capitalism, it is still a governance of morals. We have to agree on the same set of morals. This stuff is bad, this stuff is good.
Okay. I mean, there's still fundamentals that pretty much everyone agrees on. Like, shooting somebody is bad. Murder is bad. There you go. Murder is bad. Rape is bad. Theft is bad.
So,
stuff like that. Like the general crimes that are crimes today would still be crimes. I mean, like.
So I want to challenge you on that real quick. Because I can say not all murder is bad.
What?
Yep.
Go on.
You kill my daughter. I murder the fuck out of you. To me, that is morally right. You took a life, you deserve your life to be taken.
But okay, that's a bad example because I aggressed on your family by taking a life, which then in turn does give you the right to take mine.
But no,
So,
you gave the
kind of
blanket statement of we all agree murder is bad. Not all murder is bad.
but it's not murder when because that would be like self-defense, because you would then be killing me because I first took your daughter's life. So that'd be like that would not be a violation.
Okay, so the official definition of murder is the unlawful, premeditated killing of one human being by another. I don't agree with the second word of that.
What do you mean second word?
Unlawful.
Okay.
Because there's only one reason why that is there. And it's to authorize government murder.
Government murder?
Capital punishment is the government killing somebody because of a heinous crime.
Well,
it is the
deserve to die, so...
What's that?
Rapists do deserve to die, so...
Well, so here's the thing. I don't like them putting unlawful in there, because by putting the word unlawful within the definition, it means that the government isn't committing murder.
Okay.
To me, murder is nothing more than the premeditated killing of one human being by another.
Oh,
and
wow.
I wouldn't even put it that way. Murder is the premeditated killing of one being by another. Lions murder. Sharks murder. It is a premeditated killing of another.
Well, that's different because like sharks and lions, they kill for food.
Yeah, we call it feeding.
Huh?
We would call that feeding. But
yes.
you have tribes in New Guinea that were slaughtered because they were cannibals. They were killing other people for food. That was their food source. And they were slaughtered for it because it was deemed morally wrong. In essence, when you boil it down, murder is nothing more than the premeditated killing of one being by another. Anytime one being premeditatedly kills another, it's murder.
True.
You predetermined, or you premeditated on the fact that you were going to kill something.
Okay.
So that's the difference between killing something and murdering it. The difference is the premeditation. So when you make the statement of, we all agree murder is wrong, well, you can't make that blanket statement because not all murder is wrong. It's the murder of innocence is wrong. Nobody thinks an innocent person should be murdered. And that's a morality statement.
Ah.
Because now you have to determine what is innocence. So when you start getting into something like that, you are now creating a global blanket statement or a universal statement saying that we all agree that this is bad. I don't necessarily think that murder in itself is bad. It depends on the circumstances. As we agreed a moment ago, did we not?
I see your point, but I don't, because you using your example, I would not call that murder.
Because you define murder differently. What would
Yeah.
your definition of murder be? Because there's also, while you prepare that response, I would say that given the example, you kill my daughter, I murder you. You did not aggress upon me.
But
Because
your
my
family
daughter
does.
is an individual.
Yes, yeah, your daughter is indeed a individual, but I aggressed on your family, which then gives you the right to come after me.
But no, you did not aggress upon me.
But your family, though, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so now you're changing the rules from individuality to community.
Not really, because your family, because people are not property, but your family belongs to you. Therefore, if I aggress on your family, you still have the right to come after me.
And see
Does that make sense?
that I find as an additional contradiction. Because my daughter is not me.
True.
She is her own. She has a mind of her own. She has views of her own. She exists on her own.
Uh-huh.
If my existence suddenly stopped, her existence would continue. Therefore, we are not linked when you go based on rules of individuality. She is not an extension of me. She is a creation from me, but she is not an extension of me because I do not own her. She is an individual. I am an individual. So that's where I find another contradiction in the rules, because you're saying, oh, well, family is still it's an extension of your individuality, of you as an individual. No, it's not, because she's her own individual. If I claim her as part of me, she's no longer an individual because she's a part of me. You can't be both simultaneously.
True, but you be protecting your property in that. Okay, for example, okay, you and your family, you and your family are in your house, and I trespass on your property, coming into your house, and for whatever reason go after your family because I'm on your property, i.e. i.e. the inside your house and all that, without consent, you know, that alone would give you the right to come after me.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You're taking my daughter in her current exact state as a minor living in my home. But I did not give that as part of the example. I just said you killed my daughter. My daughter could be 24 years old living on her own property, not associated to my property at all. You never set foot on my property.
But you didn't specify. I mean, granted, I did assume that you're getting given your daughter as I've seen her on your streams currently.
Yes, you assumed the rest of the situation, but I
Okay.
intentionally left it vague like that because it leaves it open. If I leave the question vague, you assume other points in the rule. So you are now creating the situation. And by you creating the situation, now I have to inject a, okay, what if? Because I'm trying to, by leaving it vague, I'm trying to imply the universality of a rule or a governance. Therefore, if it's not my property, she's 23 years old on her own property, living her own life. You kill her, I kill you. Am I wrong?
Is she?
Because she's my family. You have now defined her as an extension of myself because she's my daughter.
You could. I believe that.
And now it's getting
Yeah,
murky.
I mean, because she's your family, so I believe you could.
And again, this is another situation where I would say we can't all agree that murder itself is bad. It depends on the situation. Also, in anarcho-capitalism, the way you've defined it, if you came onto my property, then you violated my property, and I would be held judiciously and in the right for retaliating.
True.
However, your reaction says, well, it's really, really murky if you didn't set foot on my property when you killed her. Now it's kind of a gray area. And hold that thought. I believe it's pronounced instincts.
It is. Yep.
I definitely like the term. Instincts are the most important thing to survival.
Yep. Yeah.
I will welcome you in. This is my episode 1 inaugural episode of the Viking Accords. I am Miniature Viking. You apparently already know ANCAP. We are currently discussing the practicality of anarcho-capitalism, and we've gone off topic a lot. And when I say a lot, probably half of what we discussed has been off topic. That's kind of how ANCAP and I are. But this is not trying to get everybody to agree to the same thing. This is nothing more than a discussion to understand two sides of an argument. And welcome to the Viking Horde, Instincts. I hope you enjoy your time here. I will raise my stein to you.
Yeah, Instincts is very argumentative.
I would drink to it, but it's empty.
He's not argumentative in a insulting way. He's similar to you in that he's saying okay, prove it. Like okay, well, like and he'll ask you okay, well, why? Sources, you know. So he and I had a interesting debate last night. So
based on that introduction of you, Instincts, I love you. We can be friends. This is good. I'm somebody where I know that everything I believe is not. I may not believe everything 100% correct. I may not be on the right side of every argument. But I'm more than willing to play devil's advocate. If you hold a belief that's just like mine, but you don't have any evidence as to why, I will totally go devil's advocate and force you to give me evidence. Which is kind of what we're discussing right now. And that's why I brought up the practicality of it, is ANCAP and I for, a year and a half now, have been discussing anarcho-capitalism, because I had no clue what it was, no clue what it meant, other than the government's bad. Okay. Like, that's all I knew from it. I was like, well, what else? And then ANCAP has pushed me into a whole bunch of other circles where I've done a lot of learning, and now the only thing that I'm completely lost on is practicality. And that's one of the things we're discussing today.
I found a small article from the Mises. I have no idea how it's pronounced. The Mises Institute. This article called common property within anarcho-capitalism by Randall G. Holcomb.
Well, so again, now that the official Instincts showed up and threw a 2-foot tall speed bump in, getting back to what we were discussing in the first, but before that was, I've left huge gaps and opens in a lot of my questions today because of the fact that if you just automatically throw in your own set of rules, or you answer in a universal term. So if I ask a question that's left wide open, I'm looking for a universal response. But just like that situation where we were discussing, murder and retaliation, if she's on my property, the retaliation is justified. If she's not, it kind of became gray and murky in your response. Your response became, what's the best way to put it? You didn't have nearly as much confidence in the response. It seemed like you were having to put a lot more thought into the response. Because, okay, well, it's a different situation, so the rule isn't universal. So therefore, my daughter is not just an extension of myself. It's only while she's a minor on my property.
Okay, yeah. Exactly.
Oh, and Instincts, if you want to inject anything into chat, we are interacting. If you got questions, we will answer them. I don't think ANCAP has any issues with answering questions if you put them into the chat. If you want to add to the discussion, by all means. There's a reason I've got the chat up in the screen. Eventually, once I reinstall editing software because I'm a moron, this will make its way up onto YouTube. So that's why the chat's there, so that people viewing can see when we respond to stuff and what we're responding to. So by all means, don't. My channel is offensive. It existing is like, its existence is an offense, and that's my goal.
I'm really amazed that my channel has not been kicked off of Twitch, honestly. with the amount of videos I piss off daily, it's fucking funny.
Honestly, I just don't feel like my channel is big enough for Twitch to care.
Yeah, same.
But anyways, also Instincts, so that you can understand where I'm coming from in my side of the discussion. This is not an argument. I will always regard these as discussions. I am a Norse Odinist. I still believe in the Norse pantheon and all of its morals and values and its practices. I hold them very firm to myself and my personal morality. I only believe that humanity has a single right, and it is the exact same right that every other creature on this planet has, and that is the attempt at survival. The only thing you're born with is a survival instinct. Therefore, that is the only right you have. I think that societally, governments are a good thing. That does not mean I am totally satisfied with our current government, because I do feel that it has become bloated and way more than it ever should be. It has way too much control and power. It needs to be like, its arms, its legs, its tongue all need to be cut out. And it needs to go back to doing its originally intended purpose, which is nothing more than the maintenance of national infrastructure. Period. But again, getting back to our discussion, ANCAP, those are some of the things that I'm looking for in the practicality. Is, where are the universals? Because it doesn't seem like there are any. There is no protection of rights. You have rights, but you don't have rights because you have to ask permission from those around you in order to exercise them. And everybody is allowed their individual interpretations and moralities, which, aren't guaranteed to always be the same.
Mm-hmm.
So in practical application, can can it work? Can it even exist?
Um, what I'm looking through right now is this little uh th- this little book, if you will, that I posted in chat with the mice's link. It it talks about it, but I'm trying to find a I did a control F, like find like for the word travel, and I'm trying to find a good excerpt that might shed some light on that.
And
So that's
and like I said earlier in our discussions, a lot of these things that like we're discussing, I haven't ever found in writing. It's all coming from the people who hold the ideal and how they're explaining it. So, as a practical stance, like I think it's beautiful as an ideal. As an absolute ideal, it's great. It sounds really good. But with nothing truly ever being universally defined, that's where it dies at an ideal.
okay. Here, uh, common ownership. Okay, you could have a common ownership even in an ANCAP system. Uh, because if you have a lot of people paying for the upkeep, that could be common ownership.
Yes, but again, and we've already determined that the common ownership is only for the community providing for its upkeep. Nobody outside the community technically has authorized access because they're not a part of the contract. So that's where like I think this would really work. Like it would be really good at like a community level. But as soon as you get to even something as like a county level, it starts to fall apart. At state level, it just becomes a burden. And at a national level, it's sand. Or rather, I would call it air. It's impossible to hold. To me.
Yeah.
To me. Now, this is my personal opinion. I'm not stating that as a fact.
Well,
It's
technically, you could hold air if you reduce its temperature, it becomes a liquid. Sorry, I'm just playing semantics.
well, no, actually, if you bring air cold enough so that all of it is at least a liquid, half of it is going to be solid.
That yeah. So I'm just playing semantics. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good.
Engaging workers. And
Slouching a little bit more. I got to move my camera down a little bit. My back's falling apart.
uh, yes, common ownership evolves in a natural and Lockean way. An example above, people travel to a business like a general store. And the earlier example, when a bank opens nearby, they travel from the general store to the bank. While one could envision someone building a private road to connect the two businesses, it may not be worthwhile to do so when the businesses have few customers. And after a customer base develops, they're already using a thoroughfare. They already have combined their labor with it, but not a specific person who has done so. Rather, everybody who has occasion to travel from one business to another. The businesses have no incentive to restrict traffic between them. Indeed, the fact that no other business is nearby helps increase the traffic to each business, so the thoroughfare helps all businesses that are adjacent to it. Access to the thoroughfare is open to all, ranging from those individuals who visit both businesses every day to people who may come once a month or once a year or even less. Public access through common ownership even allows people who have never previously used a thoroughfare access. Businesses are unlikely to disapprove of this common property um, because you take the property out of the common ownership or turn away potential customers. So that sentence right there, it, it that kind of shed some light on what you were saying, that it'd be they even with private roads, and it's bad business to say no, we only want these type of people on these roads. It's bad for business.
Yes, there's no incentive for them to deny access, and it's unlikely that they would, but there's nothing to prevent it.
Uh, uh, the article go the article goes on to say, it goes on to say, in any event, because there is not an individual owner or even a group of well-defined collective owners, nobody has the right to exclude anybody else from the common property. So that sheds even more light on what you're saying.
Well, there and that's, to me, that's kind of like defining, if the road exists and there's nobody there to restrict access can't be restricted. You need somebody there to restrict it.
Yeah.
And again, that works fine for, the highway going, from here to frickin' Kansas, where there's like 10 farm and ranch owners that exist on the entire 200-mile stretch of land or stretch of roadway. Okay. Yeah. So there's just no ability to restrict it, but it doesn't say it can't be restricted. It just says that it's not without the ability.
Yeah. If you have the link, I posted the link in chat.
Yep.
I am on the actual page number, not the PDF page number, but on the page number there. I'm on page 11. Yeah, and then where it says key point is the paragraph just above that is where I got that from.
Yep. Well, like I said, it's allowing for common ownership. It allows for it.
Okay.
But there is absolutely nothing that guarantees me the right to go from A to B. Just because a bunch of businesses or people might get together to make a common road and allow for common travel, there is nothing that prevents them from restricting it. If they hire a security force to guard it, it's now restricted. Just because they're not there to restrict it doesn't mean it's not restricted. But there's nothing that guarantees that any thoroughfare is going to be public access. It is only if the group determines, okay, we'll let this be public access.
This next paragraph sheds even more light on that. Key point is once that property comes to be used in common, if it were to be appropriated by a single individual or even by a group of frequent users, that would deprive users of what had become their right to access common property. Common ownership would arise. The common ownership would arise because when property was unknown, many people accessed property, but without combining their labor, the property in a way in a way that conveyed private ownership. Once once common ownership is established, no individual or group has the right to deprive others of access to it. The fact that some people use the thoroughfare more than others, or that some people own property in closer proximity to the common property than others, is insufficient to deprive others of their right to access common property. Uh, one can imagine that many businesses located adjacent to the thoroughfare also like for it to remain common access in order to facilitate customers using a thoroughfare to patronize their business. If the road are privatized, the road owner might charge what a business owner viewed as an excessive fee for access, or might prevent access altogether. The road would have its value only because of its proximity to a business after it became a thoroughfare. It after sure uh sure where'd I go?
So this would be the road would have its value only because of its proximity to the business. And after it became a thoroughfare, it would violate the rights of the business owners for someone to claim it as private property and start charging
Yes,
people for what they once could access for free.
correct. Yes,
Now, that's once it became a thoroughfare.
but it would. I mean, it would. All these various roads they already are thoroughfares. I mean, 'cause, like, we're not rebuilding a society from scratch. The roads are already there.
Yeah, essentially, if you were to take over America, yes, the infrastructure's here. So there's the ideal and the argumentative instance of, well, the roads are already there and they're already public. They're just going to stay public.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, no,
yeah.
somebody's going to be the asshole and privatize it. What guarantees it? Those business owners could get together and privatize it because they don't like the other businesses down the street because they're competitors.
That would be a violation of the other businesses' rights to say, "Hey, look, what the fuck."
But in that essence, there's nothing that says they can't do it other than, well, it's really not in your best interest.
But it would then be I think it'd be a not violation.
No aggression was taken.
For the huh?
There was no aggressive move. They're just saying you can't use this road to get there. There's 5 other fucking roads. Go use those. This one's private.
That's your point.
If you're taking current infrastructure, because if you take current infrastructure and the way that a lot of businesses are organized, I can tell you right now, the roads to one shopping center that connect to a second shopping center, that first shopping center on the road is gonna fucking privatize that shit. Because they want people going to their business and not going to their competitors. Just business in its own. If it's restricted in getting to my competitor, I'm going to get more business. Because people aren't going to want to pay the fee to go out my road or to go on this little section of private road that we've deemed. People aren't going to want to do that. Now, there's 5 other ways to get over there. But they're going to come to my business because I'm already here. And they don't have to deal with this bullshit in the middle to get to my competitor.
Well, okay, hang on. Okay, the road would have its value only because of its proximity to the business, and after it became a thoroughfare, it would violate the rights of the business owners for someone to claim it as private property and start charging for people for once they could claim access for free. If this were permitted, the person who claimed the road, the person who claimed the road could appropriate tolls enough to extract enough to extract all the consumer and producer surplus of the businesses and the customers. The value of the road will be attributable not to the new owner's activities or the new owners combining his labor with the land, but to the prior activities of the adjacent businesses. Thus, adjacent property owners might also develop locking rights to common access of the thoroughfare because they have used it and because the customers have used it.
Yeah. Essentially
So,
what's going on here, and this is I've read all the way down to the end of page 12.
oh, sorry.
And what I've garnered from this is if you take a road that was common and then we privatize everything, and now that road is private, nothing says they can't, but they really shouldn't, because arguments are going to ensue.
Yeah, I mean it'd be bad for business, basically.
But here's the thing: as an entrepreneur and as a business owner, do you really think it's going to be bad for your business if customers aren't going to your competitor? Now, don't take that as a you personally. Think about it from a business perspective. If customers can't get to your competitor, is it really bad for business?
Well, yeah, because you want competition in the market space, and if you are preventing people from going to competition, you are essentially setting up a monopoly, which is bad.
It's bad in your opinion.
No, monopolies are bad.
Monopolies are bad from a consumer standpoint. They are amazing from a business standpoint. A business owner wants a monopoly. Have you ever owned a business?
The small one. I fixed computers, but it never got big enough to. So I mean, I just do here and there. I don't really advertise that much on it.
Yeah. So, what makes your business grow?
For a while there, since I operate out of my home, and I personally would drive to these to various places. It was word of mouth. How good my quality.
So you advertised. Now let me ask you this: why did you create your business?
As a money generator so I could use what I learned, so I could put my degree to use.
So you decided, I'm going to build computers for people because I know how.
Pretty much.
I want more money and I know how to do this, so I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
How many other system builders are there in your area?
In my area, let's see, there's actually quite a few various computer shops around town.
Now, I'm going to ask you this very simple question.
All right.
Do you think your business would be greater or lesser if those businesses weren't there? Un momento. Sorry, that was Mrs. Viking. If I don't answer that particular phone call, I might not be here for the next stream.
Oh shit! But she knows you're streaming, so.
Yes, but if I don't take that phone call, you might find, a pinky in Maine and a toe in LA and half of my scalp in Montana and the other half like floating in the Atlantic Ocean.
Jesus. Wow.
I'm joking, of course. I'm that no way serious. But still, so the question was posed: do you think your business would be better or worse if those other system builders weren't there or weren't as accessible as yours?
Mm. That's an interesting question. If I were the only system builder in town, then yeah, they would come to me. But however, if for whatever reason I was a total asshole to all my customers, then these people would then the people would find they would go elsewhere. They would find they're um uh, in my area because there's a computer shop in the next town over. So
Yes.
there's like three
Now,
towns that are within 30-minute
now
drive of this
hold on
town.
a moment,
So
because you keep going back to the consumer aspect. And you brought up if I was an asshole to them, they wouldn't come to me. Now, is limiting access to a road that goes to your competitor being an asshole to the consumer or being an asshole to your competitor?
both.
Because I only see it as being an asshole to your competitor. You are limiting the access via something you own that your competitor wants to use. Because it could also be deemed that your competitor, by demanding that you publicize that roadway, that thoroughfare, you make it public or you make it common and share it with them because they want your customers. And you can't restrict your customers. Now you've got a business saying, you can't do this because I need to make money. Just looking at it from a business standpoint instead of a consumer standpoint. Now, let's take things into account like what we have now. Let's go back 15 years. Going back to 2005.
Okay.
Microsoft had an absolute monopoly on the PC enterprise.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah.
Sucked for the consumer, but was fantastic for Microsoft. Because Linux had no support for games and a lot of other multimedia applications. Macintosh was great for multimedia, but couldn't do games and couldn't do more database operations. But Windows existed and did games and database operations and multimedia operations and did all of this crazy stuff, but it had the monopoly because games were written for Windows.
That's true, and they still are.
And they still are, but now Macintosh, Apple, and Linux are developing cross-language add-ons so that you can install a Windows application onto those devices and they work fine. That's why we have Steam for Mac, Steam for Linux. Those are all possible because add-ons were created for those operating systems to understand certain engines within those games that were designed for Windows. None of those games have actually been rewritten for the new operating systems. They've just been bridged.
Wine is a program that basically started that started the whole hey let's have users play Windows games on non-Windows computers. I'm trying to find when did Wine get started? Let's see, it's, uh, The initial version of one was 1990. Holy fuck!
Yep, and you know what it ran? Do you know what Wine originally ran?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Microsoft Office.
Oh,
It was so that people had
no.
access to Word. It was Word, Excel, and Outlook. Because Mozilla Thunderbird did not work on Linux.
Jesus.
Almost no Mozilla worked on Linux in 1995. And people wanted, eventually Wine was upgraded, but also back in 1995, Linux didn't have a good supplement to Word or Excel.
True. Yeah.
Those have all been developed within the last decade.
Yeah.
So
Good.
not 25
Good.
years ago, but 10 to 15 years ago, those were developed for Linux. Because Linux was originally created as nothing more than a console-based interface into other devices. It wasn't ever intended for home use or regular use.
LibreOffice, LibreOffice got started in 2011. So yeah, you're definitely right on that, because LibreOffice is the open source version. That's all.
Yeah, Libre is all of the Office stuff, Microsoft Office stuff, in Linux. It's so that Linux has something that can understand those file types, because those file types are so universally accepted.
That's true.
Instincts, if you badmouth Netscape, we are no longer going to be friends.
Fucking Netscape. I used to use that. Holy fuck. I remember Netscape. Jesus.
I remember when your browser determined what internet company you had. You could not use Netscape Navigator unless you had a Netscape Navigator subscription and the browser dialed the modem.
Wow.
If you tried to use Internet Explorer on an AOL subscription, you would never get anywhere on the internet because you needed the AOL browser interface.
I hated it in America Offline.
Yep. I had Netscape Navigator, man, on my shit. How big was it? It was like the modem was almost the same size as my PS4 to give me my 128 kilobit per second screeching internet connection.
Jesus.
Yeah, I had the big ass answering machine modem for the 128K. And then 3 years later, they made an internal 56.6K modem that plugged into an ISA slot.
I remember those. Those fucking ISA cards.
And I still said screw it because I had the 128K modem and I was not going to downgrade to 56.6.
Yeah, I remember when fucking 56K was considered high speed. Holy fuck.
Hey, I remember when I was a kid, when I was in high school, AT&T. Was it AT&T? Might have been AT&T or Comcast. I can't remember exactly which one it was. Unlocked coaxial internet. It wasn't called broadband in our area. It was coaxial internet.
You unlock it, or what is it, or what does that mean, unlocking?
They started releasing the broadband cable modem, coaxial internet, always on internet across the already existing coaxial infrastructure. And it was launched at a whopping 1.1 megabit per second.
Jesus.
See, I don't remember the days of 28K, but I do remember getting on the internet with a 28K modem. Hey, Stingy, how you doing?
Yeah, fucking Stingy.
But still, looking at, reverting back, as we tend to do a lot in our discussions, looking at things from a business perspective, that's like me in my area. I could probably start a custom PC building company in my basement and be extremely profitable. Because right now we have one place that you can go get a pre-built computer. One place. And that's Micro Center in Denver.
Oh, Micro Center. Yeah.
There's no boutique computer shops anywhere. We've got a couple of repair shops here and there, but there's no boutique shops. So I could probably, if I could get the initial capital investment, I could probably start a boutique shop here in my basement and be relatively profitable.
Yeah, for sure.
Because computers, like, the businesses don't exist because there's no business. They don't exist because nobody wants to do the work here.
Wow. Slackers. Wow.
It's just nobody wants to do that job.
Really? Wow.
So,
I mean,
I will give you a little insight into my particular neck of the woods. Why would you want to make a company building computers when you can go work for a company that's playing with satellites?
well, yeah, but then again, that was your job in the military, and you just simply slid into it. After you left the military, you slid right into a civilian version of it. So
Yes, but not all of us do.
true.
There's a
Yeah, I know.
lot of civilians in the industry I work in. They never did any military time. But
Okay.
the whole point is we have a lot of aerospace here.
Okay.
What sounds better? Like, if you were to look at two people, who sounds more successful between these two titles? I'm a boutique PC builder. I work in aerospace and satellites.
Aerospace and satellite sounds more fun for sure.
You also hear aerospace and satellites and go, oh my God, that guy's got to be smart as hell. You motherfucker,
Right.
I never graduated college. I don't have a degree. I've got 1.5 years worth of college credit.
Nice. Right.
I am not that smart.
Shenanigans. You're a genius.
If you look at things on an education level, I am not that smart. But you hear that I work with satellites and go, damn, that guy's got a job. He's doing good in life.
But education does not equal book smart. That's a misconception.
No. We're not going into that semantic level. That is a discussion for another day.
Fair enough.
Those semantics don't belong here. Because that's probably another discussion we'll have. Do you need a degree to be considered educated?
Ooh, there you go. There's another topic for sure.
But no, like the way I look at it, if you want to look at somebody just based on their title alone, who sounds like they have a more successful career? Who sounds like they are higher up in the social status level? I build computers, or I fuck with satellites. Generally, you're going to look as the guy with satellites as doing better in life.
True.
Than somebody who builds. Well, anybody can build a computer. I mean, if it don't fit, it don't go there. So stop trying to fucking put it there. You know, if it don't fit, turn it around. If it still don't fit, it don't go there.
Right.
There's really nothing else to building a computer. But so for my particular area, we've got Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. They're thinking about bringing some Tesla stuff or SpaceX stuff out here. They're thinking about bringing some Tesla stuff out here.
It's amazing.
We've got Air Force, Army, NSA. I mean, we've got all of these like high tier sounding companies. Like me, I love the name of the company I work for. But that's because he's also a video game character who's pretty fucking badass.
Are you allowed to say the name or no?
I work for Kratos.
Okay.
Kratos is a fairly large name in the aerospace and satellite industry right now. We're a small company, but we're a big name. Because we're doing all the right things right now.
Kratos was the main bad guy in Daddy Issue Simulator, wasn't he?
He was the main character in God of War. Kratos is God of War. That's the main character, is Kratos.
Okay.
That's the character you play through the entire series.
Okay.
And that's why I say, I work for a badass. I work for Kratos.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's in our division of the world, we're kind of a big thing. We're a little company, but we're a big deal. We make shit happen. We do shit the right way.
Nice.
But when you go through that, looking at that again, that situation that we brought up with, the whole common use thoroughfare, and I can see where a business or a group of businesses might go, yeah, we'll restrict that road because it's easier to get to us. We're the easier accessed business. Yeah, the other business might hate us, but we're going to get more people because it's easier to get here. Because I can look at things from the business standpoint. Now, and that's another reason why I will say that anarcho-capitalism is based purely on ideal, because you're hoping nobody's going to be greedy.
Not really. I mean, you can be greedy and still have morals and not push customers away, because customers don't like the end user. Customers don't like seeing businesses be utterly retarded, and forcing and closing a road to force customers to you it does not give customers the option of choice. Okay, customers like having the option of choice. Like, do I go to business A or do I go to business B?
Okay.
Customers don't like being forced to go to only one business type.
Yes. Well, here I'm going to pose this question to the chat. If you guys in chat are willing to answer, now don't feel obligated, but if you have computer shop A and computer shop B, they've both got the same prices. The owners are both pretty cool, pretty chill people. They both want to please their customers, but one of them you've got to pay a toll to get to. Company B, you have to pay a toll just to get to. Are you more likely to go to company A or company B?
Personally, I would go to the one without a toll.
And that's the point I'm trying to make. Just because that group of businesses restricts that secondary road to get to the competitor, they've made it more difficult to get to the competitor. It's not affecting the consumer at their shop. They're still providing excellent customer service. They're still providing an excellent product. They're still being cool as shit with their customers. They've just made it difficult to get to the competitor, or more difficult to get to the competitor. They haven't eliminated getting to the competitor. They've just made it a little bit more difficult. I can see that happening a lot, just looking at it from a business perspective, because businesses want to grow. Businesses want to be big. Businesses want monopolies. Consumers do not. Consumers hate monopolies. Monopolies are extremely bad from a consumer perspective, but from a business perspective, monopolies are amazing.
And that's where the voting with the wallet comes into play. Consumers are not in terms of how businesses act. Consumers are not blind. They won't. They notice when various businesses are acting retarded, and they will be like, "Hey, don't shop there anymore because they're acting retarded. Go to this other place instead."
Okay, well, here's the thing. Is it so atrociously bad? I'm going to put you in the shoes of you're the consumer.
Okay.
I own a business.
Okay.
And because I'm going to call him my new best friend, Instincts is my competitor.
Okay.
Sorry, his name's just right in the middle of the screen right now. I'm not picking on you. Instincts, your name's just right there in the middle of the screen. We provide the same service. However, Instincts technically owns the thoroughfare to go to the complex where my business is.
Okay.
He, being the owner of it, does not allow it to be, or she, I don't know what Instincts is, my bad, does not allow traffic. Considers it a private road.
Okay.
But to you, the consumer, guarantees you a great price. You're very happy with the prices. You're very happy with the customer service. You're very happy with the product they supply.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to bail on Instincts and stop going to Instincts for the products you want that they're providing you with amazing service because they've made it more difficult to get to my business?
Well, personally, like me personally, I would I would see that as being a shady business practice, and I would definitely reconsider. I would definitely reconsider and going to their person because I don't like shady business practices.
Okay. Now, aside from you personally, do you think the general consumer is going to give a shit? Or do you think they're just going to go to wherever it's easy? Because, I mean, the service is great. The product is amazing. You know, Instincts is like the best customer service they've ever seen.
Okay, I see your point.
And their name is Instincts. Who wouldn't want to go there?
Right.
So, like I said, Instincts is a boutique computer builder. Miniature Viking is a boutique computer builder. Both provide outstanding service, but the quickest way to get to my shop is on a private road that that has restricted access.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got Instincts right there that doesn't have any restricted access to it. General consumer, yeah, Instincts has great business instincts. You don't need to chew yourself out for long. I love it. I loved it, XQ. I was just trying to get words out of my mouth. But looking at it for the general consumer, because again, I know that I've explained this a lot, and oh God. XQ, it just dawned on me that you're chewing yourself out for a cheesy joke.
A double pun. Wow. Those jokes went way over my head because I wasn't paying any damn attention. Damn. Wow.
It took me a while. I'm old.
Perhaps I should let my hair grow out so I can try to catch more jokes and go over my head.
Try to catch more shit in it. That's what I got. It's a joke net.
Right.
But no, like I'm sure over the last couple of years, you've really gotten to know my perspective when I look at stuff. I really separate my personal view a lot, and I try to look at it from that third person or generalized view.
Okay.
So as I'm looking at these situations from that third person or generalized view, it's okay, when you've got this particular business situation, the general consumer isn't going to care. They're gonna continue going to that place that's easy to get to because it's still got great service.
Right.
Sure, they're doing shady by taking this quick access to the competitor away, but damn it, Instinct's got good fucking business. They're a great person. They got excellent customer service. And they're not bad priced either.
Right.
When you look at the actual consumer aspect of it, nobody's going to care that that road has been restricted. And they're just going to keep going there because it's quick, it's easy, there's no hassles, everything's good to go. So, while yes, it's shady and it's a dick move, it's still, to me, exists in the best interest of the company for growth and for business. To them, it would still be a good move. Because now, what's probably going to happen is when most people talk about this specific situation, they're going to go, well, you got, Instincts and Miniature Viking, and, well, Miniature Viking's kind of tough to get to. You got to go way around just to fucking get there. I don't know why he can't, work out some sort of a deal with Instincts to, open up that fucking road, but if he's not going to work on working out that deal, I'm not going to go to his business because he's just being lazy by not working out a deal.
Yeah.
The general consumer is going to put it on the business owners. That's a business onus. It's not a general public onus. I don't think what Instincts is doing is wrong. The other business should be working with him. If Miniature Viking is not willing to work with him to open up that fucking road, then he obviously doesn't want my business.
Right.
That's going to be the view. So I would actually see more businesses locking down thoroughfares than leaving them open. Because from that perspective, that business perspective, it is in their best interest to lock down those roads. Because the general consumer is going to look at it and go, well, if that road's not open, the other business owners obviously aren't working out deals like they should be, and they obviously don't care about business because they're not working out these deals to make it easier to get to their shop. And they're going to assume that the business is lazy. Or they're going to look at it as, well, if the business can't make a deal, why should I go to them? If they can't even make a deal to open up a road, why would I trust any of their business?
Fair enough.
And again, that circles us right back into the main topic of practicality. A lot of these things are super idealistic. It's not in the business, the private owner's best interest. Yeah, it is. I would hope they wouldn't do it. It's unlikely that they would do it. They shouldn't do it. They're gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that society now becomes more restrictive. Because like right now, a business cannot tell you what roads you can and cannot travel on freely.
Oh, okay.
In anarcho-capitalism, they can. And they will. Because they're going to make sure it's easy to get to them and difficult to get to their competitors. Because they want your business. And they want to take the business away from their competitors. And if you give them the easy option of restrict access to them, if you own the property, it's your property, you can restrict it. They're going to restrict it. That's human greed. And even the most optimistic person on the planet, when put into that position of power, exerts that power.
But that would still be a bad business practice, though.
In what way is it a bad business practice? Making it easier to get to your business. I'm making it easier for the consumer to get to my business. How is that a bad business practice?
Making it you're basically quite literally throwing your competitor on the chopping block, and I said the end consumer doesn't like seeing that. They don't like being forced to go to a business.
Well, no, nobody's forcing, like I said, in that instance of instincts versus me, instinct's not forcing you to go to their business. They're just making it easier. That's it. They made it easier.
I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying, because in my mindset, because I have this thought process of your business, his business, and the road between them, and then all of a sudden he put a traffic block in the road, preventing access to your business. That's my train of thought.
Yep.
So that might be why I'm being confused.
Oh, here, let me see if I can. I'm gonna try and work some magic real quick.
Or you bring up MS Paint and just do like a quick 3 sketch or something. I don't mind.
Hold on, I'm trying to find something real quick. We're doing this on the fly, people. We're seeing if we can get it. Boom. And it's just going to be massive. It's going to cover us up. All right. Okay. So you see what I've got covering us up on stream right now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to say that these buildings, we're going to call this a business.
Okay.
Like this building here, this is the customer service center, and these are some, this is manufacturing, research and development, shipping and receiving, and warehouse.
Yeah.
But this is customer service.
Okay.
I own this road, this section of road, and this section of road. That's all my property.
Okay.
The roadways that touch my property, I also own that roadway.
Okay.
Now,
so you own the whole triangle there.
Yep, I own that triangle and the roadways that touch it.
Okay.
So, like, I don't own this section of roadway, just this section of roadway. So, in looking at that, here's your business. I restrict, because this is customer service, I restrict access down this roadway. So basically, people can come in and come to my business, but all other traffic is restricted. This is restricted for business use.
Okay.
This roadway is restricted for business use. Because that's my shipping and receiving, research and development, my warehouse.
Okay.
So I've restricted them under a guise. Really, I'm just making it difficult because now this is a common use roadway.
Okay.
And I've kept it common use because it goes through a lot of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I see that right there. Yeah.
Now, you can either come in and hit my business, and from this way, come in and hit my business, or go all the way the fuck around to get to yours. I haven't restricted people from going to your business. I've just made it more difficult.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So I'm not preventing anybody from going to your business. I am literally just making it hard.
Okay.
Under a guise. From a business perspective, it's fucking brilliant. It's amazing. It's great.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Man, I did that shit on the fly.
See, you're a genius. One might say you're a mini genius.
I'm just a Viking. Raw. But no, that's kind of what I'm talking about. So it's, in my personal view, in my mind's eye, it makes sense for one business to, if they have the ability to limit the access or limit the accessibility to their competitor, and they can do it, they will do it. You might have to say that again. I don't think your mic picked it up.
I was just saying that. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so like I said, taking that third person view, it would make absolute sense. You know, I'm not preventing anybody from getting to you. I'm just making it difficult. So people are going to go the easy way. Especially provided I'm still providing them great prices. I'm still providing them great customer service. I'm just not letting people use my roads to get to you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, in essence, when you look at that, that is actually a good business practice. Because as a business owner, you want people coming to you, not your competitor. So you're going to try to do everything in your power to get people to come to you instead of your competitor. So, like in that situation, you know, I've got my business on the main thoroughfare, and I'm going to restrict access through my private road to get to your business because those aren't main thoroughfares. There's other main thoroughfares that get to your business.
Okay.
So, from that business perspective, it is a good business practice. It's not like the idea of there's just this one road between you and me, and it's the only way to get to your business, and I happen to own it, and I say, nope, nobody can use it. A, why'd you put your business there?
Yeah.
Like, that was a bad business move in the first place.
Agreed. Yeah. Okay. I see that point too.
So now that I look at it from that view, and now that hopefully I've been able to explain how I'm getting that view, that's another bump in the road for that practicality stance. Because it's one of those, if people can, they will. It's human nature.
Yeah, that is true as well, sir.
But again, I will also, like, to me, the system seems very, very difficult on the individual. And people don't like difficult.
True, they don't like difficult, but it's individual responsibility, as in taking responsibility for one's own actions. As in, we are responsible for the shit we do. You know, I don't like having a central authority being fucking Big Brother. You know.
Yes, you don't like that as an individual. But and this isn't me making an attempt to change your mind. It's kind of trying to get another view, because I've had to do so much research to try to understand anarcho-capitalism. I've suffered several migraines trying to understand.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I thoroughly, like, I may have had to go through several migraines doing all the research trying to get the understanding, but I want the understanding.
Okay.
But that's why I bring up this argument of practicality, because not everybody wants to be individually responsible for menial things.
And that's the fault of the government, because hear me out on this. That's the result of government indoctrination starting at the public school level. Starting out at the elementary school on up. We are indoctrinated to believe government must do X, and the fact of the matter is no, it does not. And the big issue is that we need to be self-reliant, as in taking responsibility for our own action.
Okay.
And
Like
with the public indoctrination in place, i.e. public schools, i.e. Public schools, aka indoctrination camps, they're still pumping out idiots.
Okay, so you just called public schools indoctrination camps, which
Yes, they are.
I will say thank you very much, because that is extraordinarily offensive.
I went to public schools.
I went to public school too. But here's the thing.
They're indoctrination camps they're forcing your head to love the government.
I did 13 years of school. Well, 13 years of public school. In 13 years of public school, I had precisely 0 classes that talked about our government.
History classes. It's done in the
history classes didn't talk about government. They didn't talk about what the government's role was, what the government's responsibility was. They didn't discuss our government at all. In 13 years, all of my history classes discussed, here's what our country is, here's what our country, like countrymen, did in order to build the country to what it is, and talked about the individuals that perform certain actions.
Where did you go?
California and Washington.
Okay.
Fucking liberal, hippie, fucking center of the universe.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
Centers of the government owes you everything. You want to know where my first class was? That was government is good, government should be loved, the government is the best thing ever for you?
Where?
College.
All colleges are.
That was a school I had to pay to go to. The public school system in both states, neither one discussed the government.
Going through school. I remember in high school, and I remember in middle school. There was a going through middle school, going through the history class. Like we had to do U.S. history as well as Mexico history, and I remember a few aspects of that was like was how the government government was good because it did this and this, and then my freshman year of high school, I actually did have a government class, and um um that that teacher was super fucking liberal, but that was part of that, or not part of that. That was kind of like my introduction to the to. I wish I knew then what I know now.
Yes.
Because little did I know that I was being indoctrinated.
Yes, but also something that you brought up is your first teacher taught you about the government, was ultra liberal, and believed the government was the best thing since sliced bread, right? So you had instructor bias.
I mean, he wasn't. Well, yeah. Okay. He wasn't my first teacher. Again, he wasn't my first teacher he wasn't the first teacher that taught me about government. That particular class was an actual. The actual name of the class was government.
Yes.
Back in middle school we had back in middle school we had the history class, U.S. and state history classes.
Yeah.
And we learned about various aspects of government through history.
Yeah, and generally in U.S. history, it tells you about the components of our government and what they were built to do. Not about how great they are. Generally tells you, much like if you were to take an automotive course. This is the engine. This is what it does. This is the transmission. This is what it does. These are the wheels. This is what they do. This is the seatbelt. This is how it works and what it does.
Mm-hmm.
That's generally what you get through U.S. history.
Okay.
When you actually get a government course, you have to pay attention to the material. If you have instructor bias, they're the one telling you how great the government is. Not the book, not the material, but the instructor is spinning it because of instructor bias. So you can't blame the course, you can blame the instructor. And that's why I said the very first time that I ever got anything that was government good, government love, government life was college. Because for me, the areas that I lived in happened to be very conservative. So when I lived in California, the schools I went to were run by people in the community. It was a town of 1,500 people.
Small town, wow.
Now it's got like 3,000 and they finally got a stoplight and a fucking Safeway, the assholes.
Oh, Jesus.
But when you take that into account, and then when I moved up to Washington, I lived in a town called Auburn, which is like the meth capital of the Pacific Northwest. The instruction set was very conservative. It was literally, this is what's in the book. If you want my opinion, get with me offline. That was all of my instructors through high school and middle school. If you want my opinion, we can get that offline. While we're in class, we're dedicated to the material. My opinion is a private matter. That's how the instruction was. When I got to college, and I took my first classes in college, that's when I got my first bit of instructor bias. Excuse me. And it was, here's what's in the book. This is what I'm telling you it means.
Mm-hmm.
Everything prior to that was, this is what's in the book. Period. Just, this is what's in the book. So, I can't really call the public school system government indoctrination. That's most definitely college and university. That's where the government indoctrination occurs. like the praise be the government type of indoctrination. If you experienced it in a lower level, I wouldn't consider that the global universal experience. But I can tell you, globally and universally in the United States, you are guaranteed to get the indoctrination in a paid-for school.
Yeah, at the college level, but I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who's. I'm not the only one who's saying that the government forces that the
Almost every single
uses
anarcho-capitalist I have
indoctrination.
spoken with since I met you says the schools indoctrinate you. Across the board. Hell, I even got to ask one person, shit, I'll see if I can fucking pull it up. I ended up having to email them on why they believed public schools were indoctrinating. And they said it was purely due to the fact that their child came home with a document that was researching cultures not American.
What? No, that's not.
And that was indoctrination. That's where the public school indoctrination started.
That's learning about other cultures. What the hell?
But that's where that's how they came to the conclusion that the public school system was indoctrinating kids. So I can say from personal experience that some people within the anarcho-capitalist community don't even understand why they're claiming that the public schools are indoctrinating pro-government. They didn't have a personal experience where they were indoctrinated to be pro-government, but their child now has a multicultural project, and it's the government indoctrinating them to take away their own culture. But even those multicultural exercises, they don't exist in every public school in the United States. My daughter doesn't have to do it. It's not in the syllabus between now and her graduating high school. Her first multicultural study is going to be college. Here, they have a huge focus on STEM. Or STEAM. I think it's STEAM now.
No, it's STEM. Well, it's science, technology, engineering, math.
They've added arts.
Oh. That's retarded. It's been STEM. They need to leave it as fucking STEM. Fucking liberals, Jesus.
No, it's got nothing to do with liberals. It was so here where I live, it's very, very, very conservative. And they added arts into it because they felt that limiting the extra programs to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics was too restrictive. Not every child is going to grow there. So if you extend that particular program to include arts, which arts accounts for music, actual art, and drama. So basically what we would consider now as the quote-unquote liberal arts. But it's what's always been regarded as the arts. It broadens that horizon for students who may not excel in science and technology and math.
An article from 2017, 28 signs that you. I also posted it in chat. 28 signs that U.S. public schools are rapidly being turned into indoctrination centers and prison camps. It has been said that the children are our future, and right now the vast majority of our children are being quote-unquote educated in public schools that are rapidly being turned into indoctrination centers and prison camps. Our children our children desperately need to focus on the basics such as
No.
reading, writing, and math. Huh?
Let's go outside of that article. Jump straight to the points. Point one. All 50 U.S. states are now constructing federally mandated databases that will track the behavior and performance of all public school students in America throughout their entire school careers. According to the New York Post, the Obama administration wants to use the information that is gathered for a wide array of purposes. You're being indoctrinated because the government's collecting their data. 2. All over America, no actual, what I would, what's the term? God damn it, I hate the way my brain works sometimes.
I know the feeling.
It's nothing truly defined. There's no definitive. It's just all over America. Could be 10 places. 10 fucking places. But because they're geographically separated, it's all over America. School children are being immersed in the radical green agenda. What the fuck is the radical green agenda? In fact, in many areas of the country, children are actively trained to watch how their parents behave and to correct them when they are being environmentally unfriendly. So, again, no empirical evidence. That was the phrase I was fucking looking for. No empirical data. All over America, children are being trained to watch their parents and correct them when they're being environmentally unfriendly. Where's the empirical evidence? And this is based on a New York Times article. Not a study, not an evaluation. A reporter writing a fucking op-ed.
Good point.
Oh, and let's all, for anybody who may be in the chat, if you don't understand op-ed, that's opinion editorial. Which means there doesn't have to be any basis in fact.
Yeah.
Number 3. Count number 3 on how your children are being indoctrinated and are in a prison camp. One 13-year-old student in New Mexico was handcuffed and forcibly removed from a classroom because he burped in class.
I remember the thing. I remember this. I remember when this happened. It was back in 2011.
In all, what? Oh, over 200 students in Bernalillo.
Yes.
It's the double. It's the double L. I didn't see the double L at first. Bernalillo County have been handcuffed and arrested in the last 3 years for non-violent misdemeanors. Okay. So 3 years, 200 students of undefined age were arrested and handcuffed for non-violent misdemeanors.
Okay.
In that same... Oh, hold on. Upper. Sangria.
Fine. What's your dog?
Oh, there's just a hole in the top. Tastes like a gumball. I'm good. I had to try. Okay, so as quote unquote evidence your children are being indoctrinated and put in prison camps, 3-year period, 200 students of undefined ages have been handcuffed and arrested for non-violent misdemeanors. In the same 3 years, how many adults were handcuffed and arrested for non-violent misdemeanors? Probably tens of thousands.
Good question. I have no idea.
Because guess what a non-violent misdemeanor is? The kid pissed on the lockers. Male student walked through with his junk hanging out. That's a non-violent misdemeanor, but you can be arrested for it.
Wow.
It is a law that you're not allowed to splay out your junk in public. It's public indecency laws. So, high schooler gets drunk at school. Non-violent misdemeanor. He is underage drinking in a public area. He or she will be handcuffed and arrested. They committed a crime. It is a non-violent misdemeanor. So they're using a very vague term, or a very broad term rather, as their empirical evidence that they're being indoctrinated in prison camps.
I see that.
Okay, some things could be considered legitimate crimes. Kid was caught with gun at school. That is a non-violent misdemeanor. They didn't commit violence. They just had the firearm. Kid has drugs at school. Non-violent misdemeanor. It's still fucking cocaine.
Okay.
So, these are things that they need to be a lot more specific if they're going to try and make this argument. Number 4.
Sure.
All over America again.
Yeah.
Students are being taught that the First Amendment does not apply in public schools. Expression of free speech in school are often cracked down upon very hard. For example, one group of high school athletes was recently suspended for Tebowing in the hallways of their school.
I think that was back in 2011. Apparently Tebow, back in 2011.
So,
that's what Long Island administration said Wednesday when it suspended a group of high school students high school athletes for replicating Denver Broncos quarterback Tim Tebow's popular pose in the hallway to school. So again, back in 2011.
Yes. So
I'm not sure what he did or what that position was.
Okay. So the act of Tebowing. So Tim Tebow was known for this move. That's why it got called Tebowing. He would take a knee, put his elbow on his knee, and then put his face down towards his closed fist.
Okay.
And then he would act like he was, praying, and then stand up and point to the heavens. Because he's an extremely religious guy. Like, very religious. Tim Tebow's supposedly very religious, but he's done a lot of very anti-Christian things.
Okay.
But, so they're using that's their example of the First Amendment doesn't apply in public schools. Well, a public school is not in public. Public school means anybody can go there to be educated. If it was truly public, I should be able to go into my daughter's school whenever the hell I want, and I can't. It's still a restricted area. But in addition, they don't explain here, but I also looked up the article. They were Tebowing in the high schools, blocking traffic so that people couldn't get to class.
There it is.
So now they've become in obstruction, but that's cracking down on their First Amendment. No, don't be a fucking obstruction.
Good point.
If you want to make a point, don't do it in the hallway between classes and prevent people from getting to class.
That's
just because it's a public school does not mean it's a public space. Now, so, all right, I think we've taken points 1 through 4, and they're bullshit.
Yes.
5. Many public school sex education classes have totally crossed the line. Instead of just educating children about sex, many sex ed courses are now indoctrinating children about sex. One recent example was detailed in the New York Times. New York Times only does op-eds, fuckers. Imagine you have a 10 or 11-year-old child just entering a public middle school. How would you feel if, as part of a class ostensibly about the risk of sexually transmitted diseases, he and his classmates were given risk cards that graphically named a variety of solitary and mutual sex acts? Or if, in another lesson, he was encouraged to disregard what you told him about sex and rely instead on teachers and health clinic staff members?
That sounds like word salad. What?
So, essentially, your children are being indoctrinated because sex ed is a class in school.
That sounds like. I mean,
so because the schools are talking about the birds and bees instead of letting the parents do it, they're being indoctrinated. Number 6. Sadly, this sexual indoctrination appears to be working. According to one recent study, open that one, sexual conduct between teen girls in the United States is now at the highest level ever recorded. And what do they do? So the author of this is Daily Mail reporter.
Daily Mail is another op-ed, I'm sure.
Yeah, Daily Mail is almost exclusively op-ed. And let's see. So this was a 2011 article.
All these articles in the most of the articles that this 2017 article quotes has been from 2011. The fuck?
Okay. So this is all of their data. I have found it. A comparison of NSFG data in 2002 and figures from 2006 to 2008 showed that 11% of 17-year-old girls in the more recent statistics had engaged in contact with other girls, compared with just 5% in 2002. What's their pool size? Like, what was the sample size? Because it could have been 500 girls in 2002 and 50 girls in 2006 to 2008.
Right.
And because that 50, 11% of them said yes, but only 5% of the 100 from 2002 said yes. The same girls also claim to have had significantly less heterosexual contact, as just 46% from 2006 to 2008, compared with 63% in 2002. Oh, so you mean teenage girls are being safer about pregnancy?
Wow.
But they're being indoctrinated.
Wow. This actually, I'm actually having a lot of fun hearing you shred this article.
Yeah. Number 7. Putting kids in jail has become standard operating procedure in the United States. Today, nearly 1/3 of all Americans are arrested by police by the time they reach the age of 23. At this point, the United States has the highest incarceration rate in the world and the largest total prison population on the entire globe, and yet our society just continues to become more unstable.
What?
So, nearly 1/3 of all Americans are arrested by police by the time they reach the age of 23.
Another Daily Mail crap. What the hell?
Yeah. So, how much of that was due to gang violence?
Probably a lot of it.
How much of that was due to kids having access to drugs and taking them to school? How much is that was from kids these days being told to fuck the police?
Well, you know my opinion on that. On the police.
No,
So,
I'm just saying in general, with them saying quote unquote fuck the police.
oh yeah,
You
yeah.
know, kids today compared to kids when I was my age, I see a lot more kids nowadays have no respect for authority or their elders than when I was a kid. When I was a kid, you fucking respected your goddamn elders.
Well, yeah. True.
Nowadays, kids do nothing but mouth off.
Oh, okay. I can see that too.
All right. Number 8. In some U.S. schools, RFID chips are now being used to monitor the attendance and movements of children while they are at school. The following is how one article recently described a program that has just been instituted at a preschool in California. Let's take a look at it.
Wow.
2010.
20 fucking 10.
All right, so 2010. And let's see.
Why is this 2017 article quoting 10-year-old articles? The fuck?
Student at the Triple C George Miller Preschool will don a jersey with a stitched-in RFID chip. And so let's see. This is not the first time a school has tried to track its students with RFID. Okay, so I'm going to state this. Has anybody here had to deal with a fucking preschooler? So I can completely understand why a school in fucking California where that preschool is probably 40 fucking kids. Like that one class is 40 fucking kids. They don't have the RFID chip all the time. It's as soon as you come in, put on this vest.
Vest.
Okay, cool. What's that?
Vest? Huh?
Or excuse me, a jersey. It says, upon arriving in the morning, according to the Associated Press, each student at the Triple C George Miller Preschool will don a jersey with a stitched-in RFID chip.
Ah.
They literally only wear it while they're there.
Okay.
Probably so that the school can fucking keep track of them in case they go missing. Actually,
okay.
Let me Google this place and see where it is. So, this example is, how they're being indoctrinated.
Like I said, I just found this article and I was thinking, hey, cool, but wow, it is full. It is mostly bull. Actually, it's all bullshit.
Okay, so are you ready for this? This is great. The Triple C George Miller III Children's Center and Preschool is a daycare center in Richmond, California.
Oh, wow. Daycare center. Wow.
So, let's do one more thing. Oh. With a crime rate of 50 per 1,000 residents, Richmond has one of the highest crime rates in America compared to all communities of all sizes.
Wow. That's kind of scary.
So, in a town that has one of the highest crime rates in the country, they're having kids put on little jerseys with RFID chips while they're at daycare. I still don't understand why they're calling this a prison. Personally, if you are electing to take your children there because it is a daycare preschool, which means they're not forced to go, this is somewhere that parents are probably paying for them to go.
Mm-hmm.
That is not indoctrination and prison camp. That, to me, sounds a lot like a child safety situation. And
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet if you look even more into the history of that school, they've probably had multiple children abducted from it.
Yeah, that's a very good,
But,
very good assessment.
yep. But also, that particular evidence that they use is not a public school. All right, let's move on to number 9. Increasingly, incidents of misbehavior at many U.S. schools are being treated as very serious crimes. For example, when a little girl kissed a little boy at one Florida elementary school, it was considered to be a possible sex crime and the police were called out.
And the date of that article, again, 2011. What the hell? It seems like every article that this one is citing is.
Hold on.
Hmm?
Hold on, because this is something that I'm going to say. If I go kiss a girl on the cheek, I go to jail for sexual assault.
Well, yeah.
It is a crime now. So,
was it a crime back in 2011?
I don't know if it was back in 2011, but this article that we're reading here is from when? 2017. So in 2017, yes, it was a crime.
But the article, but the linked article is 2011. And it seems to be like another op-ed type site.
Okay, so this was in Orange River Elementary School. Okay.
She called child welfare, who directed her to contact the sheriff.
Okay. So in this article, they wanted to contact child welfare officials, probably to figure out why this girl was just going up and kissing random boys. Because actually, now that I think about this, you know what was big in 2010, 2011?
No.
If children are outwardly expressing sexualized activity to include kissing, it was pushed a lot that they must be being sexually abused at home.
Really?
If they're being promiscuous in public, they must be getting abused at home.
Wow.
That was a big thing going on in 2010, 2011. That was like 2010 to 2012.
Wow.
Because I also remember reading an article around the same time, because I was in Japan, that as a father, I was not allowed to bathe my daughter at a year old. Because my seeing her naked body could be considered sexual assault. Because I am male and she is female. That was another big thing that was going on during that time. So, for a school to step in during a time where if children are being outwardly promiscuous, they must be being abused at home. So that probably was not to get the kids in trouble, but more to investigate whether or not the child was being abused. All right, number 10. Even 5-year-old children are now being handcuffed and arrested by police in public schools. The following is from a recent article that described what happened to one very young student in Stockton, California. Stockton student was handcuffed with zip ties on his hands and feet, forced to go to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation, and was charged with battery on a police officer. The student was 5 years old. This article, if it'll load.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's taking forever to load. Because it's a It's from
It is local
2000,
news.
2011.
KCRA 2011. November
Really,
of
again,
2011.
back,
So a 2017 article is saying very recently this happened. It's a 6-year-old
yeah, this ain't
event.
recent. It's like almost a decade ago. Almost. Jesus. A Stockton student was handcuffed with zip ties on his
Okay.
hands and feet, forced to go to the hospital for psychiatric evaluation, and was charged with battery on a police officer. The student was fine. Michael Davis was diagnosed with
ADHD.
ADHD. His mother said it led to fights at school. But when the school district said it had a plan to change Michael's behavior, his mother said things went wrong.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
this is a 5-year-old who's had many fights at school, and the school says, "All right, we're gonna fucking change his attitude because you're not." Probably at the time, the school didn't know he was ADHD. They just said he's getting in fights, and if you're not going to do anything,
yeah,
we have to, because now he's a risk to other students. So, and of course, it doesn't matter what your age is. If you strike an officer, the letter of the law specifically states you struck an officer. However, so the police report. The officer says he placed his hand on Michael's and the boy pushed my hand away in a batting motion, pushed papers off the table, and kicked me in the knee. Michael wouldn't calm down. The officer cuffed his hands and feet with zip ties and took the boy to the Stockton Kaiser Psychiatric Hospital in the back of a squad car. The parents had not been called at that point. He was cited for battery on a police officer. Parent says it was 2 or 3 weeks before they found out their son was zip tied. Sorry, they're fucking riot cuffs. Probably the only thing that would fit on a 5-year-old. Not saying this is right. Not agreeing with the actions of the officer.
yeah.
But I still don't see how this is being used as an example for their argument.
It's not.
Because this is a 2017 op-ed that we're reading, and it says that the incident was from earlier this year, and it's a 2011 article.
I'm seeing a pattern here. Every link that we've clicked on so far has been from 2010, 2011. A 2017 article quoting 2010 links. What the shit?
Oh, here's a great one that I love example number 11 on how your children are being indoctrinated and they're in prison camps now. A teenager in Dallas was recently forced to take on a part-time job. His parents probably forced him. After being ticketed for using bad language in one high school classroom. The original ticket was for $340, but additional fees have raised the total bill to $637. What is the linked article? Oh, January of 2011.
Dallas teen fined $637 for foul mouth. Why is a 2017 article quoting 2011 links? What the ever-loving fuck?
Okay, so this is a teenager in high school. So, in the article, she was sent to the principal's office and given detention. The next day, the school resource officer presented her with a ticket. The fine on the ticket is disorderly conduct and abusive language. And additional charges for failure to show up for a hearing. All right. The complaint said that the other student was offended, or the teacher was offended, and that the student's language was a breach of the peace. The student acknowledges she was wrong. She said a classmate was getting on her nerves. So, okay, so the resource officer, because of what the teacher said, so she did detention, but this is also a high schooler. Oh, nope, redacted. So now we don't even know the age of said teen. So the teen could have been a senior and 18 years old, at which point they are a legal adult. Because I know I graduated with a lot of 18-year-olds. I was 18 when I graduated.
So was I.
So you're cussing very loudly in class, and you get ticketed for disorderly conduct and abusive language, which in Dallas is probably a law, and we're ticketed $340. And then you didn't show up for your court hearing from the ticket. I'm willing to bet her parents looked at her and went, "You fucked up. Get a job and deal with it."
Yeah.
So you can't say that the school forced her to get a job. It was probably her parents said, "Go get a fucking job and deal with the consequences of your fucking attitude."
Right.
So the indoctrination and prison camp is the parents, not the school.
True.
Let's move on to number 12. It is not just high school kids that are being ticketed by police. In Texas, the crackdown extends all the way down to elementary schools. Hey, Pin King, how you doing? In fact, it's been reported that Texas police gave 1,000 tickets to elementary school kids over a recent 6-year period. And the article can't load. What up, Pin King? Oh, 13. Oh yeah, we're shredding a retarded article. All right, 13. Oh yeah, our topic was like that discussion ended a while ago. Now we're off the deep end because man, this article is terrible. All right, 13.
It is.
Our children are being programmed to accept the fact that they will be watched and monitored constantly. For example, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is spending large amounts of money to install surveillance cameras in the cafeterias of public schools all across the nation so that government control freaks can closely monitor what our children are eating. Are you fucking kidding me?
Again,
they link a 2011 InfoWars.
Alex Jones. Fucking hell.
I apologize to anybody that was wearing headphones, but it is important that you know they are quoting a 2011 InfoWars article.
What the fuck?
You're gonna quote the most conspiratorial editorial in existence.
I mean, this is horrible.
Which the writers are Steve Watson, Paul Joseph Watson, and Alex Jones.
It's painful to read through this because of how horribly every single website that they've quoted has been from 2010 or 2011, and it's a 2017 article. What the hell?
Yeah. Okay, so I actually want to read some of what they said because they actually have numbers, and I'm not used to that. None of the other articles had numbers. So, billed as part of an effort to reduce obesity and improve eating habits, small cameras are programmed to take snapshots of lunch trays before and after each student eats. Each child is uniquely identifiable via a barcode attached to the tray. The amount of calories and nutrients that each child has consumed is then calculated via a database containing 7,500 different varieties of food. The project is being funded by the Department of Agriculture grant to the tune of $2 million. Trying to be as passive as possible, the kids know they're being monitored. Okay, so Dr. Roger Eschen, who works for the San Antonio-based Social and Health Research Center, is building the Food Recognition Program. The aim of the study, according to researchers, is to study what food children are likely to choose and how much they're eating. In addition to influence... Oh, that was a quote. So the quote, to study what foods children are likely to choose and how much they're eating, end quote, in addition to influencing parents to alter their children's eating habits at home. That is pure opinion. Because it's not quoted.
Yeah.
So there's 5 schools involved, described by researchers as, quote, poor minority campuses. 90% of parents agreed to allow their children to be monitored. Those who have resisted do not understand the project. Nothing in the program says they can't have something, the principal said. It says we're tracking what it is. Oh. So, the Department of Agriculture, who's in charge of the Food and Drug Administration, wants to know what kids are eating for lunch. So starts tracking what kids are eating at lunch from the cafeteria, which is food controlled by the state. The state determines what they can and cannot give. What the fuck?
Right.
Okay. So, you're gonna quote Alex Jones. Got it. Number 14. Oh, yeah. Pin King, bring your own food. If you don't want your children's food being, studied by the Department of Agriculture, pack them a fucking lunch.
Exactly.
Yeah, the meal is free and has to be tracked.
Free.
Yeah. So, yeah, if it was in, a low-income region school that these were being put in, those families aren't fucking paying for it. It's everybody else is paying for it in their local taxes. So those families aren't fucking paying for it. So if you're not paying for it, why the fuck would you care if they're seeing what they're eating? You didn't pay for it. You didn't have a say in what they were eating. Okay. So, 14. If you can believe it, a quote-unquote certified TSA official was recently brought in to oversee student searches at the Santa Fe High School prom. No source linked.
Yeah, exactly. No source. Okay. Wow. Number 15 is probably another 2010 article.
All right, so 15. It says last year. Please tell me what the date is on that article. 2015. 2015. Okay, so this is an article written in 2017 quoting a 2-year-old study as last year.
It was first published in 2010, updated in 2015.
Okay, so a 7-year-old article is being listed as last year.
Yeah, this is a horrible article.
A 17-year-old honor student in North Carolina accidentally took her father's lunch with her to school. It contained a small paring knife which he would use to slice up apples. So what happened to this standout student when the school discovered this? The school suspended her for the rest of the year, and the police charged her with a misdemeanor. That chick brought a knife to school. Oh yeah, Pin King, you'll probably love this. So a 7-year-old article about how some girl got suspended for bringing a knife to school, which has been a suspendable offense for 25 fucking years. All right, number 16. According to blogger Alexander Higgins, students in kindergarten and the first grade in the state of New Jersey are now required by law to participate, quote, in monthly anti-terrorism drills, end quote. The following is an excerpt from a letter that he recently received from the school where his child attends.
No link.
No link.
Oh, here it is, this video.
Did you find a link somewhere? Further down. Okay, so the excerpt.
Video's gone. YouTube killed the video.
Oh, nice. So each month, a school must conduct one fire drill and one security drill, which may be a lockdown, bomb threat, evacuation, active shooter, or shelter-in-place drill. All schools are now required by law to implement this procedure. So who in the world ever decided that it would be a good idea for first grade students to endure lockdown and active shooter drills? To get an idea of what these kids' drills are like, just check out the video. The video is no longer exists.
Yeah, the video's gone. Because YouTube killed it for some reason.
So, where are most of our active shooter scenarios occurring in the United States?
I don't know. I truly don't know.
Schools.
Well, obviously schools, but what? But is there a section of the U.S. that they're happening more than others?
New York and California.
The most liberal gun-free zones. How about that?
Yep. What you actually want to know something very interesting?
What's that?
You know what the biggest school shooting in America was? At least publicity-wise?
And was it Columbine?
Yeah.
Columbine.
Columbine here in Colorado. Columbine, one of the most publicized school shootings. We haven't had one since.
Pinking says there was a student who went hunting the previous weekend and forgot he had a shotgun in the truck under the seat. He got expelled, but won his appeal since he corrected the matter by calling his mom. Yes, the person was over 18. Interesting.
And Instinct said, okay, that isn't right. I don't agree with punishing a child for a misunderstanding. Child's parents should have been notified. Then that's it. No punishment was needed. Well, so here's the thing. It's North Carolina was where that incident occurred. And here, let's just do a North Carolina school stabbing. Wow. So all I did was search North Carolina school stabbing, and this is a lot of North and South Carolina stabbings at schools just in the last couple of years.
Creepy.
2 days ago, 13-year-old boy killed in stabbing in North Columbia. The Arnold School of Public Health at the University of South Carolina. So, they've got a stabbing problem. I don't know what it was like at the exact time that school or that girl was suspended, but if they got a problem, it's probably a knee-jerk reaction. And all of these have an appeal process. Let's see. So this one is a Fox News from 2010. Let's see. see it that way. Yep, was charged with possession of a weapon on school grounds. Do. See if they have any other updates. Okay, so the superintendent told the Herald that he couldn't discuss the specifics of the girl's case, but that under school policy, principals can determine discipline on a case-by-case basis. And that discipline is usually less severe if the student who accidentally carries it reports it rather than having a teacher find it. So, A, she didn't report it, it was just found by the school. And despite the suspension, the student is completing her coursework through online school at the community college. Apparently she's afraid that she's going to have a criminal record, but she wasn't charged with anything. So she wasn't allowed to be on campus, so she had to do online classes. All right. Man, I was so reading. There's been so much chat.
No worries. The
Viking Accords is weekly Friday thing. Just my opinion, not fact. It's just by looking at the previous school shootings and on your own. Yeah. What? Hi. Okay. Didn't know if you needed something. All right, where were we? Number 17. In some U.S. schools, armed cops accompanied by police dogs actually conduct surprise raids with their guns drawn. In video, you can actually see police officers aiming their guns at school children as the students are lined up facing the wall.
2006 this time. What the hell? What is it with these oldest shit? These oldest shit fucking links? Jesus.
All right, so if you actually read the description under the 2006 video, so they treated it like an actual raid. Officers treated it like it was a raid, as they're trained to do.
Can you still hear me, Viking?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Your dream did a buffer and then did... Let's figure out.
Is it still working? Looks like it was just a hiccup.
Okay. Yeah, I see your stream on.
What's up? Looks like you're waiting for something. Okay.
Me? No.
Is anybody else having any problems with the stream?
Okay, it's good now, but that's why I posted that in chat.
All right. Well, let's run. It was after hours when there was not many people left in the school, and they did it. Not scary at all since it was 100% practice. When I was in high school, they did a live actual drug bust. So, I mean, we had 45 cops. I think it was was like 15 or 20 dogs, weapons drawn, riot police, and they walked out of my high school with 25 pounds of cocaine. Yes, I said pounds. One kid had his locker top to bottom stuffed with cocaine. See a pattern of all links being 2010 or 2011 from a 2017 article. Oh, yes, and it's a 2017 article that says last year, and it's a 2010 op-ed.
Right.
All right, so 18. The U.S. government is now encouraging children to spy on their parents as part of the war on terror. If a school official hears that a parent has said the wrong thing at home, that parent could potentially get labeled as a potential terrorist. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be another Alex Jones?
2011. It's not Alex Jones, but it's 2011. And this was in the Soviet Union.
Oh my. This has nothing to do with the United States. The article is actually for an incident in Soviet Union.
Oh, what a horrible article. Jesus. Fucking hell.
Oh, no. You got to get way down in the article. The same anti-family policy apparently is becoming a policy in the United States government. All right. So, trying to see in here where there's like no actual information.
Yeah, it's another word salad.
Yeah. Like the whole thing is the US government has a strategy to turn American school children into Pavliks. The family now is the potential enemy of the state, and the government is the good-natured, handsome, caring commissar who will administer justice on the evil parents, all in the name of battling the fictional threat of homegrown terrorism. Where's the policy? And that's where it ends. Okay, whatever. So, man, 18 statements, 18 fallacies.
Exactly. Yeah, they're all wrong, and I agree that they're wrong.
Yeah, Godfather politics, just another Alex Jones, but on meth. Dude, this isn't Alex Jones on meth. This is if Alex Jones ate a 10-pound bag of magic mushrooms. Because this article is taking 10-year-old shit and saying it was just the other day.
Right.
The U.S. government, 19. The U.S. government has also been increasingly using polls and surveys as tools to gather information about all of us. In previous articles, let's see how old those are.
2011.
11. Okay, so at the time of this article is 6 years old. I have noted how government authorities seem particularly interested in our children. According to Mike Adams of Natural News, the CDC is starting to call parents all over the U.S. to question them about the vaccination status of their children.
2011. That particular link takes you to an article. 2011. Right after 9/11, actually. Oh no. 9/11 was 2001. My bad.
Yeah, that's 10 years after 9/11.
Sorry, I did a brain fart. Sorry.
So wait a minute. So the Centers for Disease Control sent out a poll to see what the vaccination rate of children in America looked like. and that's the indoctrination and prison camping of our children.
That didn't make any sense. I don't see
Exactly, Pin.
Whatsoever.
What?
It's another word salad thing. 0 of 19.
It's not
These
even.
are all
this
shit.
isn't even a word salad thing. This is quite literally Alex Jones on shrooms.
yes, it is.
The Centers for Disease Control, who is in charge of distributing vaccines across America, wants to know how many people are actually taking their vaccines. Your children are being indoctrinated. Here, let me word that better. The Department of Vaccines is checking on their vaccines. They are doing their job. Your children have been indoctrinated. The
Good
fuck? They don't need to poll just how many of the vaccines were used in a given year. Well, see, that's the thing, though. They can't go to the hospitals because those documents are protected. They can't just say, hospitals, how many did you use? Because each one that was used has been assigned to a patient and exists in the patient's record.
Yeah.
So they have to go to the recipient, who, if it's a minor and they're interested in what vaccines minors are getting, they go to the parents and ask the parents to voluntarily disclose that information because of this wonderful thing called HIPAA.
Yep.
Okay, so number 20. Last year, oh God. Oh, 2017 article that says last year. Article is from 2011.
Oh my God. What the shit?
A high school student in Southern California was suspended for 2 days because he had private conversations with his classmates during which he discussed Christianity. He was also banned from bringing his Bible to school ever again.
I mean, playing devil's advocate for a brief moment, separation of church and state.
That's what I was about to say.
Okay.
He shouldn't have had a fucking Bible there to begin with because it's a public school. Just like I don't agree with all of the years under the Obama administration that kids were allowed to remove themselves from class to pray to Allah, but heaven forbid anybody talk about any other gods or religions or they be suspended. Separate fucking church and state. If it's a state-run school, there should be no church in there. Of any kind. And 6-year-old event. Alright, so 21. In early 2010, okay, something admitting to its date.
Exactly. About time they admitted to the date. God dang.
A 12-year-old girl in New York was arrested by police and marched out of her school in handcuffs just because she graffitied the school's property. Sorry, those are my words. It says, just because she doodled on her desk. Quote, I love my friends Abby and Faith, unquote, was what she reportedly wrote on her desk. So, arrested for defacing publicly owned property. Or rather, publicly funded property. Still graffiti.
I agree. Still graffiti, yeah. Because I remember when I was in high school, I always saw people drawing the fucking stupid S on the desks and such.
Okay, so wait a minute. This is from everythingvoluntary.com. This is a voluntarist website, isn't it?
Quote unquote. It's a complete bullshit site. I'm sorry.
Like
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
I'm sorry. I forgave you this.
do not be sorry. I have found this extremely entertaining.
Oh yeah,
I
you're right. It's exactly entertaining and has absolutely zero credibility.
I legitimately, like, this whole time I've been going through it, I totally thought that you linked me some right-wing conspiracy site.
I I thought.
High
Wow.
school football usually do prayer after a game, but you're not forced to participate. Each high school is different depending on where it is located. Yes, some are state-funded schools. You see that in a lot of sports. Anything that involves a lot of camaraderie generally is, if everybody is of a faith. When I was in school and I was playing football, instead of performing like a Christian prayer circle, I was actually allowed to burn feathers at the end of each game.
I know. Oh yeah, because
I was able to perform.
That's part of.
Yeah, I was able to perform a ceremony of my own before the game and after the game, and many students, participated with me. It was something that I wanted to do on my own, and I didn't do it, out everywhere, and it was completely voluntary. Wasn't impacting anything. Nobody was forced to involve, and I usually did it prior to entering a stadium and then after I left the stadium. Okay, where were we? Okay, so 22. Back in 2009, finally admitting to a date, one 8-year-old boy in Massachusetts was sent home from school and forced to undergo a psychological evaluation because he drew a picture of Jesus on the cross.
At least they're at least on the bottom, bottom five, they're finally admitting dates. Fuck.
Okay, so son, a second grade student, created a violent drawing.
I mean, it's a stick figure. It's a stick figure Jesus on the cross. I mean, I'm not religious, but that's not violent at all.
No, there's actually a very good way to understand why the school would have asked for the evaluation. The drawing has X's for eyes and spikes in the hand. And then also has a line going from the feet to the ground. So it was a depiction of death. Not just Jesus on the cross, but actually trying to depict a dead person. So the father says that as far as he's concerned, they violated his religion. He shouldn't have been drawing it in school. Oh, that. So there's additional stuff. So the boy wrote his name above it. So it could have been interpreted as the kid drawing himself being crucified, not Jesus on the crucifix.
Oh, he drew. Oh, he drew himself.
So he put his own name above the drawing of Jesus on the cross. So it could have been interpreted as the kid was saying that it was himself on the cross, not Jesus.
Okay. So yes, that kid does need help. Yes.
Yeah. He put his own name, not Jesus, but his name above the drawing.
The plot twist: kid's name was Jesus. Sorry, I should not joke about that.
All right, so 23.
I'm going to hell for that one. I'm sorry.
A little over a year ago. Did you already look up the date for this article?
Yeah, the next one's 2010.
Okay. A 6-year-old girl in Florida was handcuffed and sent to a mental facility after throwing temper tantrums in her elementary school. We're just going to move on. 24. Other students in Florida have actually been arrested for bringing a plastic butter knife to school, for throwing an eraser, and for drawing a picture of a gun.
What's the date on 24? That one is loading. Doesn't seem to be existent because it didn't come up.
It links to a shit ton of all kinds of posts about all different things. Yes. So it doesn't even link to an article. So who the fuck knows? The fuck? But I'm also going to say for 24, you're using the state that created Florida Man as evidence of indoctrination.
Yeah, good point.
25. Yeah. Virginia Attorney General has announced that school officials can search the cell phones and laptops of public school students if they are, quote, reasonable grounds for suspecting that the search will turn up evidence that the student has violated or is violating either the law or the rules of the school, unquote.
2010, updated 2015.
Also true. Like that's been like, if there's reasonable grounds for suspecting that the search of a phone will turn up evidence of a person has violated or is violating the law, cops can look at your phone and laptop. And I'm willing to bet that in this article, it is... All right, let's see if we can go through. Ruling that not only can school officials see students' cell phones and laptops, but they can also read their text messages if there's reasonable grounds, blah, blah, blah. Request from a delegate who wanted to know when principals or teachers can seize the devices to battle cyberbullying and how school officials can address sexting without violating the state law themselves. School officials should not share the materials, but rather that the material should be brought to the attention of the appropriate law enforcement agents.
Appropriately.
Oh, so guess what? This means that if a teacher thinks a student is in the act of or may have recently committed a crime that involved their cell phone or laptop, they can take said cell phone or laptop to the school's law enforcement officer. No shit. All right, and that's how they're being indoctrinated. 26.
This is a comedy site, I swear.
Yeah, like this has to be all farce.
It is. Every one of them. Every one of them's a joke.
A teacher reported for making a bomb, even though I was talking about a game that blows shit up. I was on the computer, and the teacher never went to look at what I was doing. She said I was looking up how to make a bomb. When he got called to the principal's office and showed them what I was looking at Google Maps. Huh. Some people are fucking scaredy cat's pin. What are we at? We're at 26. Increasingly, no data given, authorities are using pre-crime technology on our children in order to identify potential problem individuals. For example, the state of Florida, man. Department of Juvenile Justice has announced that it will begin using analysis software to predict crime by young delinquents and will place potential offenders in specific prevention and education programs.
An article from 2010.
So an article from 2010.
April 14th, 2010.
And so
No, it's another op-ed. Fucking Gizmodo.
Yeah, so this is a completely weird fucking, but oh, okay. Um, but essentially what they're saying is that for children who appear to be delinquents, they will place them in prevention and education programs. You know what I did as a kid?
What's that?
Everybody got to talk with the DARE officer
Oh God, I
over
remember
and
Dare.
over and over. Not because they thought you were doing drugs, but to make sure you didn't.
Because
They didn't call
the
that
irony of the Dare
indoctrination.
program is it didn't work because the kids were doing drugs anyway.
My DARE officer gave me my first blunt ever. That's no joke.
Gave you your first what ever?
Blunt.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Give you your first
Yep.
your first hit of weed. Wow.
First one ever. Passed to me by my DARE officer.
That's hilarious.
All right, so 27. At one public high school in Texas, earlier this year, God, how old is this? Students were ordered to stand up and recite the Mexican national anthem and Mexican Pledge of
2011.
Allegiance. School authorities have
2011.
failed to explain how reciting a Pledge of Allegiance to a foreign nation has any educational value whatsoever.
It's a YouTube video from 2011. It's better access to your. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel there.
Okay, so we're going to take a lot of things into account here. A public high school in Texas. Students were ordered to stand up and recite the Mexican national anthem and Mexican Pledge of Allegiance. If you look at that video, how much do you want to bet that's a Spanish class?
Well, adding to that, Viking, McAllen is a border town as well.
Okay, so you have a border town, and I'm willing to bet that that was also a Spanish class, like a foreign language class. Just looking at the setting. What better way? Because here's the thing. One of the things in my German class was to recite the German alphabet and the German pledge. Because they're easy ways to learn the language. They have rhythm to it. Pin King said they even have better access to your personal browsing history because you have to use your student login to access the Wi-Fi at the school. Since the school is made of concrete, you can't really get cell service in newer schools. My daughter's school has amazing cell service. My 4G was blazing fast during the last Veterans Day assembly. Okay, so that's number 27, which your kids are being indoctrinated because one border town school had the students say the pledge and the national anthem of the bordering nation, probably in the same classroom, teaching you their language.
Yep, and the last one is December 2011.
All over the United States, tasers are increasingly being used to subdue high school students. The following are two very shocking examples of this that were cited in a recent Alternet article. Alternet?
2011.
Hi, alternate.
Fuck.
Would you rather they get shot or they have the dog sent at them and they get half their arm ripped off? Doing something stupid. My whole thing, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah. Kind of speaking of that, Pinky
Okay.
posted in an article before. I don't know if you saw it, but I'm gonna post it again in chat.
Yeah. Okay, so Pin, you can't say that reception sucks because of the way that building is built. I'm pretty sure that like where I live is the closest cell tower to that frickin' high school. The one and only time I've ever driven out there, I had no fucking cell service. So let's end this. So is all of this brutal repression helping our children get a better education?
Yeah,
Of course not.
This is just horrible to go through, but it's funny as hell. It's funny as hell having it shredded though.
Wow.
It was like painful to go through because like it just
so much fun
my mind
though.
that it's a supposed voluntary site, but yet it's a 2017 article quoting articles from almost a decade prior.
Oh,
I know.
oh no.
It's retarded.
And Cap, this is where it gets good. This is where it gets good. 10 months ago. Great truthful article. I'm from England and I see our schools are as brainwashing institutions, places of dictatorship, not education. No, I didn't stutter on that. That's how it's written.
What?
23 days ago. You thought schools were becoming indoctrination camps and resembled prisons. More and more. You aren't the only one. Parents have noticed and many are opting out of the ... I wrote too much for a fucking comment. And I posted it 3-4 times. Wow. Government's plans to track COVID-19 at schools.
Jesus.
I'm pretty sure they're tracking COVID-19 everywhere.
Yeah.
And then there's something in Cyrillic. And more Cyrillic. It's like the same person posted the exact same comment 14 days ago, 22 days ago, 22 days ago, yeah. 22. Like they just kept posting it over and over and over.
Right.
But that first one from 10 months ago, it's so truthful. I know what you mean. I'm in England.
Yeah, it's not truth. It's not. None of it was true at all. Absolutely is. This whole site, this whole particular website has less than zero credibility. It's got to be a satire site. Gotta be.
I won't even deal with that, Ping King. If you're offended by history, please go lemming yourself. And that's all I'll say on that matter.
Someone slamming a moron who says we shouldn't talk about World War II death toll because it hurts our feelings. Well, no, I mean the death toll was massive, and while those deaths were absolutely horrible, we do need to learn about it so we don't repeat those mistakes again.
So now that we've made it through that article and we made it through our discussion, what should we do next week?
That's a good question. Since it was like kind of political this week, why don't we do like something hardware next week to kind of balance it out?
All right. So if we want to do something technology related, do we want to do, and anybody in chat, please feel free to submit your opinions on what you would like to hear, because we can do Intel versus AMD, past, present, future. We discuss everything. We can do AMD versus NVIDIA, consoles versus PCs, water cooling versus air cooling, SpaceX versus NASA.
Google and Apple tracking COVID. I mean, thinking like, we're looking for something something controversial that's being kind of hotly debated.
Yeah. So right now, Pin, Google and Apple are both tracking it in a similar manner. So it's not really a two sides of the same coin. So like where the whole point of the Viking Accords is the two sides of the same coin. So like when you talk PC versus console, that's the two sides of the gaming coin. When you talk AMD versus Intel, it's the two sides of the CPU coin, etc.
True, and then the AMD NVIDIA.
Yep, two sides of the GPU coin. So Pin says he is interested in PC versus console.
Okay.
And
I would say since the next generation is not out yet, let's keep that to like modern PC versus like PS4, for example, like versus PS4 versus Xbox One.
Well, no, we can do historical.
Okay.
So, because I remember Windows 95 gaming.
So do
and
I.
Windows 95 gaming, yeah. What was its console competitor? The fucking C64, yeah, man. And the NES.
I remember Windows 3.1 gaming. DOS commands to get Doom to run.
Actually, I take that back. I do remember 3.1 gaming. Holy crap. And
yeah,
and
Doom
that
and Doom
so
2
it was
both DOS games.
So it was 3.1 versus the C64, then you had 95 versus the NES, 98 competed against the SNES and the Sega Genesis. And then about the time that we got Windows XP, we were dealing with the PlayStation and the Xbox. And then ever since there. So it's something where we can talk about the past and the present, and we can probably discuss the future. Like, and end it with a discussion on the future. So instead of,
there we go.
Like, we can use the past to present as a comparison of the two and the discussion of which ones were better. Because there were definitely times that I can tell you right now, console was way better than PC. There have been times that, PC is better than console. Some of them struggle at the same time, depending on exactly what type of gaming you want to do. And the future is probably going to create an even bigger rift in the communities. Because the new consoles look like they're going to have some power behind them. Oh no, that'll be part of the discussion, Pin, is looking at them at the same price and then also looking at where the console stops but the PC can continue on. Would you agree to that, ANCAP?
Yeah, that would be a pro on the PC side. Like, okay, you know what? With the advanced hardware that the PC has, it can do XYZ more than what the console does.
Yeah, but like you've got that argument where you can say, hey, the performance of a PS4 at $500 stops here.
Okay, good point.
But if you have, if you want to build a PC for $800, just to, double the price, you're getting, X amount of plus performance.
True.
But so we will tackle the PCs versus consoles next week on what is that? What day of the week is, or what day of the week? That is the
next Friday,
10th of July.
10th. Yep. July 10th. Yep.
So, do you just want to do the same start time, ANCAP?
Yep. Sounds good. Every Friday, 3 p.m.
All right. So Fridays, 3 p.m. Mountain. That's 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. We will continue the Viking Accords. Region locking and non-region locking. I'm sure plenty of things. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's going to be part of the PC versus console argument.
Okay.
Because PCs have never been region locked, consoles have always had a region lock until recently.
Okay.
So that could actually be part of that discussion where PCs, if you can plug it, if you can install it on a PC, you can play it. But on a console, there's still tons of games for the PS4 that I can't play because I have a US region coded PS4 and the games are Japanese. So there's different region codes.
Is there is there an unlocker? Because I could have sworn I saw somewhere that there's a hack you can do that'll
yes,
unlock
you can install a rootkit. However, when you install that rootkit, you can no longer get any other updates for that PlayStation, which means if you have anything on your PlayStation that requires PlayStation Plus, or you want to use PlayStation Plus, or you want to use things like the YouTube viewer or the Amazon Prime app or the Netflix app, you're screwed forever.
Did not know that. Okay.
Because you rootkitted your PlayStation.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep. So, this brings the inaugural episode of the Viking Accords to an end. So, I will state for this, I want to thank ANCAP Gamer for joining me on this. Something that I thought was going to last a couple of hours has now lasted us 6 hours.
Always a pleasure. It was a fun topic.
Yep. I know that we're going into the weekend, so there may or may not be a gaming stream later on this weekend. I don't really know. I'm waiting to see what happens with the eclipse.
Eclipse? What? When is the eclipse?
I didn't
even know that. I like watching that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was one coming up.
There should be.
Eclipse 2020.
The Buck Moon lunar eclipse is tomorrow. So, this year, the Buck Moon falls on the 4th of July, which a Buck Moon is literally nothing more than a full moon in the month of July.
Oh, okay.
It's specifically called that because July is deer season in some areas. That's when you can go hunt buck. So we also have a total lunar eclipse occurring tomorrow. So we will have a full moon with a total lunar eclipse. So there may or may not be a gaming stream, but I will guarantee Tuesdays I will be up for another gaming stream. It'll be for Destiny 2 with the weekly reset activities, and we'll see if they put anything new into Destiny 2. Do you want to announce your next live time, ANCAP?
Monday. Now that I'm back to feeling somewhat normal after my terrible my VA appointment that ruined my fucking stomach all week. I'm feeling better now. So Monday I'll be back to doing probably Half-Life Alyx custom maps again if my computer will fucking cooperate.
All right, so there you have it. Next scheduled for sure streams, you've got ANCAP Gamer running some more VR content, probably Half-Life Alyx on Monday, and I will be up on Tuesday with some Destiny 2. Until then, I thank you all for joining us. And don't do anything I wouldn't do too many times. It is bad for your health. Thank you again for joining us. Have yourselves an awesome, awesome weekend and a happy 4th of July.